Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Got an opportunity to expand my knowledge of sports, hone in on my skills as a broadcaster, and learn about equipment in different ways. You get more of a connection with professors as well.
Providing opportunities, growing leadership. The Adrian College Media Production House. Thanks for tuning in. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Bulldog fans, connect with Adrian College TV on social media to be updated when we're broadcasting live, to see highlights, plays of the week, and much more. Adrian College Television is on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. ACTV's handle is at Adrian College TV on every form of social media. Thank you for tuning in and subscribing to the home of the Bulldogs, Adrian College TV.
Adrian College is a pinpoint like no other. With our 77 undergraduate degrees, 47 majors, and 21 broad fields of study, Adrian has a one-of-a-kind, hands-on learning experience for everyone. Do you want to visit the campus of Adrian College in person? Visit adrian.edu/campus-visit. Again, that's adrian.edu/campus-visit. Come take in the beautiful facilities at Adrian College for yourself.
If there was one word I was going to use to describe the communication arts program at Adrian College, it would be unique. Students find themselves on the radio, in front of and behind the camera, and directing their own programs. Students learn in a personalized environment that sets them up for a world of opportunities. Are you ready for your moment in the limelight? Learn more about the Rush Communications Center and Adrian College's communications program by visiting adrian.edu today.
I'm Matt Kibbe, the current student body president here at Adrian College. I chose AC because the campus simply feels like home. Everywhere I go, I know the amenities are there to help me succeed and get to the next level in my career. If you want to see what Adrian College has to offer, you can schedule an in-person visit at adrian.edu/campus-visit.
Adrian College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life. Are you interested in learning more about the Bulldog experience? Visit adrianbulldogs.com and the Recruit Me tab to be recruited to play your sport of choice today. If you have what it takes, you could be a Bulldog in no time.
Adrian College Television would like to give a big thank you to our sponsor, Carlton Lodge of Adrian. Carlton Lodge is sponsoring all ACTV broadcasts during the 2021 to 2022 school year. Located at 1629 West Maumee in Adrian, Carlton Lodge offers comfortable rooms and suites at affordable rates. There's also a heated indoor and outdoor pool, along with a 24-hour fitness center. Thank you for the continued support toward Adrian College Television.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, Leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Welcome back. 3:51 p.m. Here we are getting ready to resume game one of today's doubleheader between Adrian and Hope. Hope leading Adrian 10-3 in the bottom of the fifth. 10 runs on 10 hits, 1 error for Hope. 3 runs on 5 hits with 2 errors for the Bulldogs. Adrian struggling to get some offense going. They scored 3 in the third inning, but were shut out in the fourth. They allowed 4 in the top of the third, 2 in the fourth, and 4 in the top half of the fifth. We are getting a new pitcher for Hope. We'll get his number here in just a moment. In case you're just joining us, one of our home plate umpire took a foul ball off the mask back in the third inning, I believe, third or fourth inning, and started to feel the effects as we head into the bottom of the fifth. So we suspended our game momentarily so that we could figure out our options. We were able to find a replacement umpire just out of Toledo, Ohio, so had to wait for him to get here. And he has arrived. He is ready to go. And we are going to resume game one of action. Ian Sanders is going to be the new pitcher for Hope. Ed Wagner will lead off for the Bulldogs, followed by David Kedrow and Easton Rogers. So Bulldogs trailing 10-3 here in the bottom of the fifth. It'll be interesting to see how hitters adjust to the new strike zone now with the new umpire. Obviously, the strike zone is known as from the chest to the kneecaps, but every umpire is different. So some stats for the day for you. Cable, Gardner, and Money all have 2 hits for Hope on the day. Cable's got 3 RBIs. Gardner a pair of RBIs. For Adrian, Jacob Charles is 2 for 2 in the leadoff spot, and Don Goods is also 2 for 2. The other Bulldog hit coming from Ed Wagner.
Ladies and gentlemen, Leading off in the bottom of the fifth inning is designated hitter number 20, Ed Wagner. So Ed Wagner stepping in. And the first pitch sails over everyone's head. So not a very auspicious beginning for Mr. Ian Sanders. The second pitch is also a ball to Wagner. Sanders coming on in relief of Shane Hyken, who leaves the game after 4 innings of work. He gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, walked 4, and struck out 5 for the day as Wagner takes a strike, making it 2-1. That's the first strike here from Sanders. Bottom of the fifth, once again our score is 10-3 as Sanders lines one off the cement brick above the dugout. Ball rebounds all the way out to first base. Our new umpire wants to take a look at that ball because it's considerably flattened after running into the cement. And we'll wait on the 2-2 delivery. Wagner stepping in, the pitch swung on, foul ball back here off the screen. Bulldogs looking to get something going here in the bottom of the fifth. A pitch is high for a ball, full count. There's kind of an example of what Mike was talking about. Our first umpire was calling the high strike all afternoon. And these last two were kind of high. It might have been strikes, but they are called balls, and Wagner walks down to first base. Now batting second baseman number 25, David Kedrow.
Yeah, we were talking about that with the coaches down on the field during our delay that, before our original home plate umpire was hit with the foul ball, his strike zone was very consistent, but then after we started calling the higher pitch a little bit. So we'll see what we can get out of our new umpire here.
Uh-oh. That didn't work out.
Foul ball over to the dugout. Jacob Charles picks it up and throws it back to the pitcher Sanders just as Regan is throwing one back from behind the plate. So
If you'd have caught both of them, that would have been very impressive.
reminds me of
He did the smart thing and got out of the way before he too was concussed. That pitch is outside for a ball.
reminds me of when Jake Peavy used to pitch for the Giants and was arguing with the umpire at third as the ball was getting thrown and just landed perfectly in his glove.
There's a drive that's picked off by the second baseman. And that's the first out of the inning, as it is gloved by Gardner for Hope. Now batting left fielder number 26, Easton Rogers. Rogers hits a little tapper to the on-deck circle. Don Goods picks it up. He'll be the next batter for the Bulldogs.
Umpire told the dugout to hold on to this one.
Maybe other thing. You remember we had the same situation happen a year ago where the umpire got hit and was concussed against Hope College. There's a bounding ball to third. Long throw, and Money puts it on the money and gets him out for out number 2. Now batting the right fielder number 14, Don Goods.
Yeah, Money did a nice job charging in on that ball, throwing it off balance, and actually threw it with the wrong foot out in front. So spiked one in, but Krisen was there to scoop it out of the dirt. Two hits for Goods on the day. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI and a stolen base. 1 the count to Goods. And Zach Wade waits on deck. Goods rips this one up the middle. He's 3 for 3 on the day. They're sending Wagner. He's actually going to hold at third. The arm of third base coach Aaron Klotz was waving. Big turn for Wagner, and changed his mind and gave him the stop sign.
Now batting the catcher, number 13, Zach Wade. Well, they were waving him home, and he made it on a similar play back in the third. But this time, they decided he probably could not make it. He did not get the best jump that time.
Oh, and when you're trailing by 7, it's not really a test you want to make right there.
Yeah, I'm sure that factored into it. Here's a bouncing ball to short, and that will end the inning as Devin Musin makes the play and flips it to second for the out. So, fielder's choice for Wade, and the inning is over. The Bulldogs do not score in their half of the fifth as Sanders comes on to work a scoreless inning. They get 1 hit, they leave 2 on base, and at the end of 5 complete innings of play, our score is Hope College 10 and Adrian College 3. We'll be back in a few moments with more from Nicolay Field after we pause for this.
College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life. Are you interested in learning more about the Bulldog experience? Visit adrianbulldogs.com and the Recruit Me tab to be recruited to play your sport of choice today. If you have what it takes, you could be a Bulldog in no time.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Welcome back. Top of the 6th inning. New pitcher for Adrian as well after the extended break. Michael Swanson on the mound. Swanson on the air. He's in for his 6th time this season. Hasn't seen much playing time as he's only thrown 4 2/3 innings. But he's struggled. 13 runs given up, all of them earned on 10 hits, 4 walks, just 3 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .455 against him. He's 0-1 on the year. Swanson was kind of the lights-out #1 starter last year.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Bulldogs is number 39, Michael Swanson. Swanson in place of Joe Toth. And leading off for Hope, the top of the 6th inning is center fielder number 4, Robbie Sturzman.
So we'll see if we can see the 2022 season Michael Swanson today.
Well, to be honest with you, Mike, this is a perfect time to put in a pitcher that, like Swanson, who has been struggling. And like you said, you know he has it in him to be a very effective pitcher as a starter. And you never have enough good starting pitchers. So down 7, if he can come on and maybe work some things out and pitching a little bit of a non-pressure type situation, maybe that could bode well for the rest of the season. So hopefully Michael will do well here this afternoon. There's a pitch that's outside for a ball, and that makes it 3-1.
Oh, and another thing that'd be great is we got 4 innings left to play here, so if giving up 10 runs and only using 3 pitchers is definitely something the Bulldogs are looking to do. That way they're not wasting arms going into Game 3 of the series. As Sturzma rips that one into left. Rogers gets it in pretty quickly, so there's leadoff man aboard on the base hit single.
Now batting the first baseman, number 6, Owen Prison.
And if we can see a solid outing out of Swanson today, it's a guy that could potentially start one of the 3 games against Albion next week. Or maybe he switches his role from a starter like he was last year to a long reliever.
Yes, and that's going to be important, again, because something that's new these last 2 seasons is that series we try to sneak in on weekdays with trying, where in the past we had more of the weekend series, and when we were doing that, you always had the same lineup ready to go every weekend. But now with a game stuck on Wednesday this week, with Trine here at Nicolay Field, that kind of makes a difference going into a weekend with Albion. So it's really kind of created a spot for a 4th starter on everybody's staff. 1-2, the count to Krisen. He has walked, singled, and bounced to third today. Pitches inside, making it 2-2.
Wind just blowing out to left slightly.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
That was a nice slider there from Swanson. Set up nicely with the fastball high that pitched before, just to come back with a slider away.
Now batting the second baseman, number 8, Nolan Gardner. So I'll bring up Gardner, and he has hurt the Bulldogs here, but this time he bounces to Charles at short, get one relay, not in time, but they do get the out at second base as Charles gives it over to Kedrow, and they get Sturzma at second. Sturzma made that a close play down there at second base, but the ball was there in time. Now batting left fielder number 1, Dylan Kleinander. So Dylan Kleinander comes out there as he has flown to right, been safe enough fielder's choice, and bounced and walked this afternoon. He takes strike 1 down the middle. That was the first time the Bulldogs have been able to get Gardner. As I was saying, he's walked at a single and a double, and he has knocked in a pair of runs this afternoon. So he was having a pretty good day for himself until that bounce out, but still a pretty good day. 2 for 3, a couple of RBIs. Here's the pitch from Swanson, swing and a miss as Kleinander went for one upstairs, and Swanson now quickly ahead 2-0. Ball inside for ball 1.
Really good movement on that pitch. It looked like it was going right at him, but came back over the plate inside.
Yeah, it was a sharp breaking ball. That one just missing off the outside corner. Swanson wanted that one. He thought he had him, but Kleinander with a good take there, 2-2. Keep an eye on the runner Gardner at first base. He may be going in this count. And swing and a miss as once again that slider goes out to the outside corner, and it gets a second strikeout in the inning. So a good inning by Swanson, who strikes out 2 and only 1 hit. So the Dutch failed to score here in the 6th, and at the end of 5 1/2, our score remains Hope College 10, Adrian College 3. We'll be back. You're watching Adrian College Baseball on ACTV.
If there was one word I was going to use to describe the communication arts program at Adrian College, it would be unique. Students find themselves on the radio, in front of and behind the camera, and directing their own programs. Students learn in a personalized environment that sets them up for a world of opportunities. Are you ready for your moment in the limelight? Learn more about the Rush Communications Center and Adrian College's communications program by visiting adrian.edu today.
But
Adrian College is a pinpoint like no other. With our 77 undergraduate degrees, 47 majors, and 21 broad fields of study, Adrian has a one-of-a-kind, hands-on learning experience for everyone. Do you want to visit the campus of Adrian College in person? Visit adrian.edu/campus-visit. Again, that's adrian.edu/campus-visit. Come take in the beautiful facilities at Adrian College for yourself.
welcome back. Bottom of the 6th, Jack Boyke leading off. A 9-hitter and bring it around to the top. Check swing foul. The wind has switched directions, blowing in from right field. Adrian trailing Hope 10-3. Boyke rolls this one over. Gardner fields it cleanly, fires it over to first for out number 1.
Now batting the shortstop, number 4, Jacob Charles.
Charles looking to continue his solid day at the plate. He's 2 for 2 with a walk so far. Infield playing straight up. First pitch from Sanders outside, 1-0. That one just missed, 2-0 the count. Charles coming into today with a .439 batting average. He's increased that with a 2-hit afternoon so far. Looking to make it 3, but that one lands foul. Off one of those personal lawn chair tents.
Yes. That fan has encased himself in plastic down there in that tent. Those are good to have on these windy days.
The boy in the plastic bubble.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is.
3-1 the count to Charles. This one lifted into center. Camping under is Stursma. That'll be out number 2. It'll bring up the powerful bat of Ryan Davis.
Now batting the third baseman, number 17, Ryan Davis.
As you said earlier, Goose, Davis leading the team in RBIs with 28 entering today. That's with the help of 9 home runs already this season. Like I said, first pitch looks like it missed high, 1-0. Pitch called strike. Sanders working pretty quickly. He's one of those pitchers where it's grab the ball from the catcher, get back on the mound.
Well, I tell you, these days with the new pitching rules, you better, everybody better be like that. That's going to take some getting used to by everybody.
That's a nice slider off the plate, called for a ball, but a good setup there. First 2 strikes against Davis. Breaking balls just off the plate. This one even further, trying to get Davis to chase. But nice job by Davis holding off. 2-2 fastball misses off.
I was at the Michigan-Nebraska game yesterday afternoon. Batter was up there, and he stepped in, he got ready, and then he got something in his eye, stepped out, and they called a ball on him, or a strike on him, rather. As Davis Takes a cut and misses, so he is a strikeout victim. The Bulldogs go 1, 2, 3 in their half of the sixth. And so we'll be back with the seventh inning action after we pause for this. You're listening and watching Adrian College Baseball on AC TV.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Bulldog fans, connect with Adrian College TV on social media to be updated when we're broadcasting live, to see highlights, plays of the week, and much more. Adrian College Television is on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. ACTV's handle is at Adrian College TV on every form of social media. Thank you for tuning in and subscribing to the home of the Bulldogs, Adrian College TV.
Adrian College is a pinpoint like no other. With our 77 undergraduate degrees, 47 majors, and 21
Leading off the top of the seventh for Hope College is the shortstop, number 11, Devin Musin. So we're back here. Devin Musin is stepping in. And the first pitch is a ball inside to Musin, running the count to 1-0. Swanson in his second inning of work. He came on after the break and delay, and now here's a ball low to Musin. Musin has walked this afternoon and scored a run back at the fifth inning, and he lined to right and struck out his other two times. Here's the 1-1 pitch. I guess we're going to call that low, as it was right down the middle, but not at the knees. So here comes Swanson now with a 3-0 pitch. There's a strike. Three-two is the count now to Musin. Big right-hand batter. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball right down the middle.
Wow.
And he took it for strike three.
That had some very quick movement right at the end there.
Now batting the catcher, number 7, Caleb Regan.
This is the Michael Swanson we'd like to see for the rest of the year.
Yes, it is. And Mr. Musin does not want to see that again. He was just assured to himself that that was going to be a walk, and then watched it just float right on over the plate at the last minute. Swanson fastball low, makes it 2-0. Nice thing about that one was it was 3-0 on Musin to start with, and Swanson pumped in 3 straight strikes. Here's the pitch. That one's high. It's 3-0 again, this time to Regan.
You know, I'm fine if he does that again, but he needs to stop going about it the hard way. Just get first pitch strike, and you control the entire at-bat.
Again, that 3-2 count raises that pitch count pretty fast as well, as there's a strike. So it's 3-1. Hopefully he can come back again. Reagan has struck out twice today and had a single to center. And now he will walk down to first base on a base on balls. Now batting third baseman number 2, Al Money.
Money's got a pair of hits on the afternoon. And he comes to the plate with 1 out and a man on first. square around a bunt. Swanson throws this high. Davis playing on the edge of what would be the dirt in the infield grass.
In for a strike. Makes it 1-1. Money has a pair of hits this afternoon. Knocked in a run back in the 5th inning. And he's grounded to third as he watches another ball go by. Umpire indicated it was off the plate. And we're waiting on the 2-1 pitch. Swanson fires that right off the elbow protector of Al Money. So another free pass, this time via the hit by pitch. And that'll flip the lineup over to leadoff batter Spencer Cable. Now batting the designated hitter, number 3, Spencer Cable.
Yeah, hit by pitches has always been a thing that Swanson has struggled with. That's his 5th of the season. Last year, he led the team and hit 15. We have something going on. Athletic trainer coming out with Craig Rainey to check on Swanson.
Yeah, the Bulldog coaching staff was signaling frantically to get time there. They're checking the arm of Swanson. They're probably going to let him throw a couple pitches just to make sure he's okay.
That's something where, as a pitcher, depending on, arm slot, even just one pitch, you can get a quick tweak and be okay. Maybe some forearm tightness that kind of locks everything up, and but there's definitely tons of options of what that could be. So Swanson looks like he's good to go.
Well, and I think part of it, again, you're seeing the speed up rules come into play there because, he kind of stepped off. He didn't look really right, and then, but knowing he only had a few seconds to get back on there and throw the ball, he did, and the Bulldog staff is, saying, hey, don't throw a pitch until you're all right. So that's what we had there. Again, you can't blame the umpires. They're just enforcing the rules as they are now. As that is a foul ball there by Spencer Cable, make the count 1-1. But Mike, you were mentioning his ability to hit batters and how many he's hit, and where it's really costing the Bulldogs this year is they seem to be doing it a lot to 8 and 9 hitters as opposed to guys in the middle of that lineup. And those are guys that are batting 8 and 9 for a reason. You got to go after those guys and get them out.
And it also doesn't help when you're putting 8-9 on just to let things roll back over to the top of the order with your top 4 guys, which on most teams have the top 4 batting averages on your team.
Again, like I say, not disparaging anyone as far as, one being a better hitter than them, but again, there's a reason the manager puts you in the 9 spot or the 8 spot as opposed to that 4 spot, So the count is run to 2-2 here on Cable. He's batting with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. And the pitch swung on, fouled into the screen.
What I do like this year is we've redone our netting around the bleachers and in front of us here. It's a lot tighter. Last year that ball might have entered the press box with how loose some of our netting was.
Yeah, I've been in press boxes where that's happened a couple times. I can remember when I was working for the Battle Creek Bombers, keeping score one night, and guy hits a foul ball to the booth right through the window that we had because it was about 99 that night. We had the window open. I had to turn around and play it off the wall. Here's the pitch, swung on, fouled away. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The count now to Cable. He's run the count full. 10, 11, and 1 for the Flying Dutchman, and 3, 6, and 2 for the line score for the Bulldogs, as that pitch is high, and it's ball 4.
That brings up Kanan Bain.
Oh, batting the right fielder, number 13, Kanan Bain.
Bain listed as one of the team's captains this season. Bain yesterday was 0 for 4 with a pair of strikeouts. Today, he's 1 for 4 with a strikeout. So he fouls the first pitch off.
Well, again, he is batting with 3 runners on base, none of whom got a hit. 2 walks and a hits batsman have loaded the bases here. Pitch is outside, 1-1.
Do have an arm getting loose in the Adrian bullpen from here. It looks like number 31, Travis Daneker.
Swanson, that big breaking curveball, even fooled Wade as it got away a little ways from him. But it breaks over for a strike.
Didn't look like Swanson and Wade got crossed up there. It looked like Wade just
No,
didn't handle the break well.
Well, yeah, I think it fooled even him. He should probably come back with it right here. There it is. Made him reach out over the plate, but he just got enough of it. That's too bad, because that was the pitch to strike him out with.
I definitely think Swanson should go back with that again, but you know, that one looked to be a little elevated, which caught the eye of Bain. If he can keep that one low at the kneecaps and do it again, that'll definitely get him to chase.
Well, here comes the pitch. It's a curveball, and it's smashed into left field. That'll get 2 runs in.
So a 2 RBI single for Bain. That makes it 12-3 here in the top of the 7th. 12 runs on 12 hits with an error for Hope. 3 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors for Adrian.
Now batting center fielder number 4, Robbie Sturzma.
And here comes head coach Craig Rainey. He's going to go to the bullpen and bring in the left-hander. I believe that's Daneker. Yeah, I see number 31 now. So Travis Daneker, freshman, coming on to relieve Michael Swanson. Swanson is responsible for Cable on second and Bain on first. So Robbie Sturzma is up here with 1 out in the top of the 7th. We'll let Daneker warm up, and we will be back in just a moment here on ACTV.
If there was one word I was going to use to describe the communication arts program at Adrian College, it would be unique. Students find themselves on the radio, in front of and behind the camera, and directing their own programs. Students learn in a personalized environment that sets them up for a world of opportunities. Are you ready for your moment in the limelight? Learn more about the Rush Communications Center and Adrian College's communications program by visiting adrian.edu today. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Welcome back. Travis Daneker on the mound for Adrian. Bulldogs trailing 12-3 here in the top of the 7th. Danica on for the 6th time this season. 4 2/3 innings pitched so far. He's allowed 8 earned runs, 9 total on 9 hits. He's got 6 walks with 2 strikeouts.
Once again, the hope batter is center fielder number 4, Robbie Sturzman.
Of the 9 hits he's given up, 4 have been doubles and 1's been a triple. So
Daneker comes on in a difficult situation. He's got 1 out. He's got runners at first and second, and the 3, 4, and 5 hitters are up next for Hope. So the big left-hander, his first pitch is high for a ball.
at this point, if you're the Bulldogs, you're just looking for somebody to come on and throw strikes.
That is definitely the idea here. And I'll be honest with you, whoever can do it is probably going to see more time on the mound rather than less. That pitch is down low, and Wade can't quite grab it, and the runners advance. So that's 2-0 to Sturzman.
Infield is coming in. Adrian trailing by 9 right now. 10 would put them in a situation to end this game early, potentially. Sturzman takes a fastball right down the middle.
In case you're wondering why, like, Hope would steal there, that is the exact point of it.
Ball's hooking foul.
If it wasn't for the mercy rule, that would be a bit aggressive, up 9 runs. But I totally understand now that, they're within 1 of pushing the lead to 10. 12-3 our score now. As Daneker kicks and delivers. Curve ball caught the outside corner, and he struck him out.
We will take it.
Now batting first baseman number 6, Owen Kreisen.
Kreisen comes on, or up to the plate. 1 for 3 on the day with an RBI, a walk, and a strikeout.
Pitch on the way up high. Now Daneker, as mentioned, is a freshman. He has no record. He has a rather lofty ERA at 15.43, but you can see he throws hard. And as Mr. Sturzman found out, he's got a pretty decent breaking ball there too. So he has, as Tiger announcer Jim Price would always say, a lot of pitchers in his arsenal, but as with all the other pitchers today, he's got to find a way to get it over the plate.
Yeah, 3-0 the count. First base is open, so a walk. It's not going to kill you here, but something Bulldogs still don't want to deal with.
They do have the open base, and Kreisen will now take it. Now batting second baseman number 8, Nolan Gardner. And on the surface of it, that isn't that bad. It sets up a force at every base. His problem is Nolan Gardner is now up as he takes a strike down the middle for strike 1. Gardner has been on base 3 times this afternoon. And he has a single, a double, 2 RBIs, and a walk. So he's not an easy guy. And this one is hit well out to Goods. Goods turning around. Now he comes back in, and he makes the catch, I believe. At least if he doesn't, he's taking his time resting. So nice play by Goods after he originally overran the ball. And the Bulldogs get out of the inning, but there were some scary moments there while Goods was trying to catch that one. So give Hope 2 runs in the inning on 1 hit. They leave a couple, or 3 actually, and there were no Bulldog errors. So the score now 12-3 in favor of the Flying Dutchman, and we'll take a 7th inning stretch and be back here on ACTV after we pause for this.
The Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Got an opportunity to expand my knowledge of sports, hone in on my skills as a broadcaster. learn about equipment in different ways. You get more of a connection with professors as well.
Providing opportunities, growing leadership. The Adrian College Media Production House. Thanks for tuning in. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for...
Welcome back. Bottom of the 7th. Bulldogs have some work to do. Trailing 12-3 to Hope.
Leading off, the first baseman, number 30, A.J. Miranda.
We're in game 1 of today's doubleheader, game 2 of the 3-game weekend series. Bulldogs took game 1 yesterday on the road. 4-0 shutout. Miranda hits this one up the middle, but Gardner is there. Throws across his body. Pulled Kreisen off the bag, but he regains control of it, and that'll be out number 1.
Now batting, designated hitter, number 20, Ed Wagner.
That'll bring up the big boy, Wagner. Wagner's got a pretty powerful bat as well this season. He's got 5 home runs on the year. 26 RBIs, ranking second on the team behind Ryan Davis. And that's just coming into today. I believe Wagner is 1 for 1 with an RBI today, so just 1 behind Davis now. He's also walked twice and scored. First pitch called strike, second pitch just misses. Evens the count 1-1. Another fastball high. Sanders continuing to work quick. He's thrown 36 pitches so far, 21 of them strikes. Count evens at 2-2.
Wagner, a little disappointed with himself that he didn't hit that one. It was in his wheelhouse, and he just fouled it off there.
This ball's hit to center field. Sturzman is camping under it. He'll make the catch. That's out number 2.
Now batting the second baseman, number 25, David Kedrow. That's the first time they've got Wagner out this afternoon. He had walked twice and had a single. So Kedrow will now bat. Smash. That's going to be into the corner. Kedrow going to head for 2. He should be able to come in with a stand-up double. He decides to slide on in there, but he could have easily stood up. And that'll bring up Easton Rogers.
It's no fun standing when you play on turf.
Now batting the left fielder, number 26, Easton Rogers.
Rogers 0 for 3 on the day with a pair of strikeouts. Pitch to Rogers, called strike, 0-1. Rogers skies this one to center. Sturzman is camping under it. That's a can of corn out there. That'll do it for the 7th inning. Bulldogs leave a man on second, so we head to the 8th. Hope leading 12-3.
For Hope College in the bottom of the 7th, they get no runs on 1 hit. There were no errors, and 1 was left on base.
The Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Got an opportunity to expand my knowledge of sports, hone in on my skills as a broadcaster, and learn about equipment in different ways. You get more of a connection with professors as well.
Providing opportunities, growing leadership. The Adrian College Media Production House. Thanks for tuning in.
Bulldog fans, connect with Adrian College TV on social media to be updated when we're broadcasting live, to see highlights, plays of the week, and much more. Adrian College Television is on Facebook, Instagram, and...
Welcome back. Top of the 8th. Hope leading 12-3.
Leading off for the Flying Dutchman in the top of the 8th is left fielder number 1, Dylan Kleinedner.
First pitch called a strike. Next pitch misses just off the plate. 1-1 count. Tough game too. Great so far. 7 hits on the day with 3 runs scored, a pair of errors. Ball's ripped foul. 1-2 count.
Coach Fritz had to do a little dance down there at third base to get out of the way of that one. It's a good thing he did get out of the way, because that one would have stung. It was hit hard by Kleinedner.
Pitch fouled off into the parking lot. 1-2 stays the count.
That was not the kind of foul ball you put your hand out and try and catch. As some of the third base coaches are prone to do.
That ball sky, not a play. This pitch misses just off the plate. Kleinedler hanging on as another one goes foul. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming. Seen 4 foul balls already. Wind blowing in from left, not a cloud in the sky. Another foul ball from Kleinedler. This ball hit over the head of Kedro at second into right center. Kleinedler has a leadoff single.
Now batting the shortstop, number 11, Devin Mewson.
First pitch to Mewson, call the strike. Fastball outside corner. Next pitch rolled over to Charles. He'll flip it over to Kedro. Kedro steps on second, fires it over to Miranda at first. Double play. 6-4-3. And that will bring up Regan.
Now batting the catcher, number 7, Caleb Regan. Nice play there by Miranda to keep that foot on the bag. He was stretched out about as far as he could go, but kept it on there, so the Bulldogs turned the double play. First pitch is a ball to Regan. Next pitch is outside for a ball. And once again, the Bulldogs pitchers fall behind. Here's the pitch. That's a strike. Regan pretty much taken all the way right there. Flying Dutchman looking for a run, see if they can end this in 8 innings. There's a bounding ball to Charles, should be the inning. He fires it over to first, and the Dutch go 1, 2, 3 in the 8th inning, despite a leadoff single, and they leave no one here in the 8th, and we'll move to the bottom of the 8th. Our score is Hope 12, Adrian 3. You're watching Adrian College Baseball on ACTV.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Leading off for the Bulldogs is the right fielder number 14, Don Good.
First pitch to Don Good's called a strike. Next pitch misses low.
Here's the pitch outside for a ball. There's a bounding smash to short. Musin to his right and gloves it for the out. Throwing it across the diamond. How about the catcher, number 13, Zach Wade. Bounding smash, and Houston gets the second out. 1, 2, 3. Now batting, center fielder, number 9, Jack Boyke. So I want to mention, as Boyke comes up, that the Dutch have a new left fielder. He is Zach Lornitzen. Lornitzen is replacing the former left fielder, Dylan Kleinendler. He went in at the inning. The Bulldogs' first ball hitting took me a while to locate who he was. Here's the pitch. So he's now in left field as there's another strike to Boyke. And there's a foul ball. Ian Sanders has come on since the break for the injured umpire and done a pretty good job for the Dutchman here. Struggled a little bit in the first inning he worked, but after that he's pretty much mowed the Bulldogs down, except for the lone double by David Kendrow with 2 out. It didn't hurt him at all as he got the next batter. Here's the serve to Boyke down low, and it's 3-2. So 3-2 pitch to Boyke, and there's the fastball tapped back to the mound, and that will do it as the Bulldogs go 1-2-3 in their half of the eighth, and we move to the ninth inning. And our score remains Hope College 12 and Adrian College 3.
If there was one word I was going to use to describe the communication arts program at Adrian College, it would be unique. Students find themselves on the radio, in front of and behind the camera, and directing their own programs. Students learn in a personalized environment that sets them up for a world of opportunities. Are you ready for your moment in the limelight? Learn more about the Rush Communications Center and Adrian College's communications program by visiting adrian.edu today.
Some kind of a conductor.
Bulldog fans, connect with Adrian College TV on social media to be updated when we're broadcasting live, to see highlights, plays of the week, and much more. Adrian College Television is on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. ACTV's handle is at Adrian College TV on every form of social media. Thank you for tuning in and subscribing to the home of the Bulldogs, Adrian College TV.
Welcome back. Top of the ninth. Hope leading Adrian 12-3. Al Money is going to be the leadoff hitter. Daniker's still on the mound for Adrian.
Laying off for the Flying Dutchman in the top of the ninth inning is third baseman number 2, Al Money.
First pitch to Money, called a strike. Next pitch, fastball misses high and away, evens the count 1-1. Runs on 13 hits with an error for Hope. 3 runs on 7 hits with 2 errors for Adrian today. We said before, game 1 of today's doubleheader. Game 2 of the series. Adrian leads the series 1-0. Looking like Hope's going to tie it here. Money hits this one up the middle. Jacob Charles rushes over, grabs it, but he'll throw it offline. So Money will reach E6. That's the third error of the game for the Bulldogs.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please now. Pinch batting for Hope College is number 16, Brendan Collins in place of Spencer Cable. So Brendan Collins will step up for his first trip to the plate today. He is pinch batting for the designated hitter Spencer Cable. He takes a big cut and fouls it into the mitt of Wade. For strike 1. And Daniker, a big left-hander, somewhat of an opposing figure if you're the runner at first base. You have those long legs. It seems like he's right on top of you. As second pitch is a strike, so it's 0-2 to the pinch batter Collins. And the pitch got him. So Collins goes down on 3 pitches, and there's one away in the ninth for Hope. Now batting the right fielder, number 13, Kanan Bain. So Bain stepping in, he's 2 for 4. Take that back, 2 for 5, and we got a pickoff of the runner at first as Money is retired. I told you, Daneker was an opposing figure, and he picks him off.
Gotta love that left-handed move.
Now again, Daneker, he's got those big, long legs, and it looks like he's just like on top of you. And if you get caught leaning one way or the other, you can get picked off rather easily, and that's exactly what happened.
So like you were saying on Bain, 2 for 5 on the day with a pair of RBIs and a strikeout. Look at a off-speed pitch low, evens the count 1-1.
He also made a huge sliding catch in right field that at the time saved a couple runs and really could have turned the tide of this ball game.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of lost it, but picked it up last second. Was able to get the third out. That one's called a strike by the first base umpire. 2-2, 2 out here in the top of the ninth.
Daneker looking to finish him off here in the ninth inning. Here's the 2-2 delivery up high for a ball. Well, with a breaking ball, but did not get it down, so it's now a full count to Bain. If Bain can get on, Robbie Sturzma is on deck. Here's the pitch, and that one's way wide, and that will walk Bain down to first. Now batting the center fielder, number 4, Robbie Sturzma. So Sturzma standing in, he's has doubled, singled, been hit by a pitch, and was safe on an error. So he has definitely found many inventive ways to get on base this afternoon. Again, we're still in the first game here as the had a hour-long delay after the umpire was injured, and it took an hour to get another umpire to fill in for him. So if you're expecting to be in the second game, tuning in late, that's what's happening there. Fouled away by Sturzma. 2 balls, 1 strike. To the big right-handing hitting center fielder. That one was out of the mitt of Wade, and he'll head down to first base. Wade got a glove on it. For a minute there, just the way it hit, I thought maybe he had blown out the pocket of his catcher's mitt, but he did not. It's fine. 3-1, they count to Sturzman now. Now the base is empty at first base. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. Nobody up in the Adrian bullpen, so it's Daneker's game from here on. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball 4. And that's the second walk in a row, puts runners at first and second for Owen Crizzen. Now batting the first baseman, number 6, Owen Crizzen.
And that's kind of been another thing that the Adrian pitching staff has struggled with, is allowing free bases. Adrian's allowed 11 free bases today. 9 walks, 2 hit batsmen. Each pitcher's had at least
3 errors. So,
yeah.
I mean, you know, it's just not the pitching staff, but all those miscues of errors and pass balls and wild pitches added up to giving up double-digit runs. As the pitch to Crizzen, he has a big cut and makes it 1-1.
Errors on the day was a ball thrown into center on a stolen base attempt. So 1 for Zach Wade. Then later in the game, Easton Rogers caught a ball in left and crashed into the fence and dropped it. So there was error number 2, and then the error from Charles to drag Miranda off the bag at first.
And Charles's error after the runner was picked off didn't really cost the Bulldogs, but the other two were definitely run producers. Swing and a miss to Greg. Because after the error got him to third, he came home on a wild pitch that he wouldn't have had he still been at second base, and were runners running around the bases when Rogers unfortunately could not hang on to that ball and left. There's a pop-up. This should stay in play as Miranda gets over and makes the catch, and that ends it for the Dutch in the ninth. So they leave two, and they get 2 walks, a safe on the error, but they score no runs and they get no hits. And so we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. The Bulldogs' final chance here in game number 1. They trail 12-3. We'll be back to finish it up here from Nicolay Field after we pause for this.
College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life. Are you interested in learning more about the Bulldog experience? Visit adrianbulldogs.com and the Recruit Me tab to be recruited to play your sport of choice today. If you have what it takes, you could be a Bulldog in no time. Adrian College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life. Are you interested in learning more about the Bulldog experience? Visit adrianbulldogs.com and the Recruit Me tab to be recruited to play your sport of choice today. If you have what it takes, you could be a Bulldog in no time. Adrian College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus.
Leading off for the Bulldogs in the the bottom of the ninth inning is shortstop number 4, Jacob Charles.
So welcome back. Bulldogs have a lot of work to do. They'll have the top of the order due up. Jacob Charles, he fouls the first pitch off. Adrian trailing 12-3 here in game 1 of today's doubleheader.
Well, actually, Jacob Charles steps in as the tying run, but he's got to bat a second time this inning. So pitches the ball to Charles. Charles has had a single and a triple this afternoon. He also walked, so he's 3 for 4. Takes a strike. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He fouled it into the mitt of the catcher Regan, and he is out number 1. Now batting the third baseman, number 17, Ryan Davis.
First pitch to Davis misses, and he'll swing and miss at pitch number 2. Davis hits this one left center. That one is gone. Solo shot for Davis. That's his 10th homer of the year. I didn't think that one was high enough to get out, but the shift of the wind a few innings ago started kind of blowing in from right, then pushing back out to the left. So that'll do it. Bulldogs make it 12-4 here in the bottom of the ninth on the solo homer from Ryan Davis.
Now batting the first baseman, number 30, A.J. Miranda.
Let's see if Miranda can do the same. He led the team last season in home runs.
That one's well hit as well, but I think that one's going to be foul.
Yeah, close enough. Let's play it.
Bulldogs out of their dugout to see if that one was fair or foul. They, of course, disagreed with the umpire, but they weren't standing on the line like he was. So a well-hit ball by Miranda, but I think it's just going to go down as a strike. AJ looks at the ball outside.
Swing and a miss. Miranda chases a slider. That'll be the second out of the inning. Bulldogs down to their final out. It's going to be Ed Wagner.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 20, Ed Wagner.
Wagner 1 for 2 on the day. A pair of walks and an RBI. First pitch misses away. Wagner hits this one into right field for another base hit.
Now batting second baseman, David Kendro.
Kedro looking to keep the train moving. He hits this one up the middle, but that'll do it for game one. Kedro grounds into a fielder's choice. 6-4 on the putout at second base. So Hope evens the series, one game apiece. 12-4 our final. 12 runs on 13 hits with an error for Hope. 4 runs on 9 hits, 3 errors for Adrian. So we will see how long of a break we'll have between games. We will bring you game 2, another 9-inning game. We need starting pitchers to warm up, but that'll do it for game 1 today. Like I said, Hope evens the series, one game apiece. Game 3 coming up shortly. 12-4 our final. We'll be back, and I'd probably say between 20-25 minutes. So stay tuned to ACTV for game number 2.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Adrian College is a pinpoint like no other. With our 77 undergraduate degrees, 47 majors, and 21 broad fields of study, Adrian has a one-of-a-kind, hands-on learning experience for everyone. Do you want to visit the campus of Adrian College in person? Visit adrian.edu/campus-visit. Again, that's adrian.edu/campus-visit. Come take in the beautiful facilities at Adrian College for yourself.
as you anxiously await all of the amazing experiences that will define your college years. You stand today, students, on the threshold of one of the most magical times in your life. Tuesday, April 6, 2021, I was sitting in my office and an email popped into my inbox from someone in your graduating class today. The email said, "Dear President Docking, back in August, I had emailed you in regards to the state of the well-being of the campus community during the COVID spike. At that time, I was incredibly anxious about the prospect of spending my senior year of college sitting at my kitchen table in my hometown trying to finish my seminar projects in the event we switched to all online learning. As I type this email now in April, I cannot describe to you the gratitude that my fellow students and I have for Adrian remaining open on campus for the duration of the school year. I wanted to take the time to thank the Adrian College community, the faculty, the staff, for allowing us to have as normal of a year as possible in a world that simply did not want that to happen. I look forward to walking across the stage in May knowing that I was still able to enjoy time with my friends and the Bulldog community during my senior year. All the best, Max Birmingham, class of 2021. Max, you've got to stand up so we can give you a round of applause. For those of us on this stage, today is one of the most exciting days of the year. We love to see the wonder and anticipation in the eyes of our new students, as all of you anxiously await all of the amazing experiences that will define the years ahead.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu. The Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Got an opportunity to expand my knowledge of sports, hone in on my skills as a broadcaster, learn about equipment in different ways. You get more of a connection with professors as well. Providing
opportunities, growing leadership. The Adrian College Media Production House. Thanks for tuning in. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Bulldog fans connect with Adrian College TV on social media to be updated when we're broadcasting live, to see highlights, plays of the week, and much more. Adrian College Television is on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. ACTV's handle is at Adrian College TV on every form of social media. Thank you for tuning in and subscribing to the home of the Bulldogs, Adrian College TV.
Adrian College is a pinpoint like no other. With our 77 undergraduate degrees, 47 majors, and 21 broad fields of study, Adrian has a one-of-a-kind, hands-on learning experience for everyone. Do you want to visit the campus of Adrian College in person? Visit adrian.edu/campus-visit. Again, that's adrian.edu/campus-visit. Come take in the beautiful facilities at Adrian College for yourself.
If there was one word I was going to use to describe the communication arts program at Adrian College, it would be unique. Students find themselves on the radio, in front of and behind the camera, and directing their own programs. Students learn in a personalized environment that sets them up for a world of opportunities. Are you ready for your moment in the limelight? Learn more about the Rush Communications Center and Adrian College's communications program by visiting adrian.edu today.
I'm Matt Kibbe, the current student body president here at Adrian College. I chose AC because the campus simply feels like home. Everywhere I go, I know the amenities are there to help me succeed and get to the next level in my career. If you want to see what Adrian College has to offer, you can schedule an in-person visit at adrian.edu/campus-visit.
Adrian College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life. Are you interested in learning more about the Bulldog experience? Visit adrianbulldogs.com and the Recruit Me tab to be recruited to play your sport of choice today. If you have what it takes, you could be a Bulldog in no time.
Adrian College Television would like to give a big thank you to our sponsor, Carlton Lodge of Adrian. Carlton Lodge is sponsoring all ACTV broadcasts during the 2021 to 2022 school year. Located at 1629 West Maumee in Adrian, Carlton Lodge offers comfortable rooms and suites at affordable rates. There's also a heated indoor and outdoor pool, along with a 24-hour fitness center. Thank you for the continued support toward Adrian College Television.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Adrian College has once again been recognized for its commitment to engaged, experiential education by Colleges of Distinction, a one-of-a-kind guide for college-bound students. While higher education has changed over the past 20 years, Colleges of Distinction's selection process has stayed consistent in accepting only those that adhere to the 4 distinctions: engaged students, great teaching, vibrant community, and successful outcomes. Overlaid in the last few years have been a look into high-impact practices. They believe most critical to the student experience were the kinds of engaging experience that are found at Adrian College. To learn more, please visit adrian.edu.
April 6, 2021, I was sitting in my office and an email popped into my inbox from someone in your graduating class today. The email said, "Dear President Docking, back in August I had emailed you in regards to the state of the well-being of the campus community during the COVID spike. At that time, I was incredibly anxious about the prospect of spending my senior year of college sitting at my kitchen table in my hometown trying to finish my seminar projects in the event we switched to all online learning. As I type this email now in April, I cannot describe to you the gratitude that my fellow students and I have for Adrian remaining open on campus for the duration of the school year. I wanted to take the time to thank the Adrian College community, the faculty, the staff, for allowing us to have as normal of a year as possible in a world that simply did not want that to happen. I look forward to walking across the stage in May knowing that I was still able to enjoy time with my friends and the Bulldog community during my senior year. All the best, Max Birmingham, class of 2021. Max, you've got to stand up so we can give you a round of applause.
Whitfield, the right fielder. Pitching this afternoon for Adrian is number 29, Jackson Clark.
Welcome back. Game 2 of today's doubleheader, the series finale as well. Series currently tied 1-1. Adrian took game 1 yesterday on the road at Hope. 4-0 was that score in favor of the Bulldogs. But then Hope came back and kind of beat the doors off Adrian in game 1 of today's doubleheader. 12-4 was that final.
Once again, a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that you all spectators to please be alert at all times during today's game as baseballs and other equipment can accidentally fly into the seating areas. Please be alert to the action at all times. Adrian College and Adrian College Baseball wants everyone to have a safe and enjoyable day watching today's games.
Problem with game 1 today was strikes for the Bulldogs. Adrian struggled to throw them. Walked, I believe it was 10 guys on the day.
Leading off for Hope in the top of the first inning is designated hitter number 3, Spencer Cable.
the Adrian pitching staff finished with 9 walks on the day, 2 hit batsmen, so 11 free bases that way. They also had 3 errors in the field.
Well, first pitch, 5:37 for the second game, and we're watching Jackson Clark do the hurling for the Bulldogs. He'll see what he can do about keeping those walk numbers to a low number in game number 2, or the all-important third game of the series. As there's a ball to make it 1-1 to Cable. But the Bulldogs also were guilty of, like I say, touched on this near the end of the broadcast in the game 1, that there were also too many other free passes, hit by pitches, errors, things of this nature, and you're just not going to win baseball games when you're giving the other team that many opportunities, and so they're going to have to do a better job in game number 2. Here's a bouncing ball. Kedro right in front of it, gobbles it up, throws it to Miranda for the out, and out number 1 is retired in the scorebook. Now batting the right fielder, number 13, Kanan Bain. The Hope lineup is pretty much exactly like it was in game number 1. The only change is Andrew Pickett is doing the catching, and he's batting in the 8th spot. That's where the Regan, the first game catcher, was batting. So other than that, the lineup is still the same. Swing and a miss by Kanan Bain. That's strike 2, 0-2 the count now to the Hope right fielder. Pitch is high and wide. Bulldogs wearing the yellow tops with the white pants this afternoon, here playing at home, while Hope has went with the powder blue uniforms and the red lettering. There's a base hit into right field, and that's going to be picked up by Tyler Whitfield, who's playing right field in game number 2. Now batting the center fielder, number 4, Robbie Sturzma.
Yeah, for Adrian defensively, infield stays the same. Miranda at first, Kedro at second, Jacob Charles at short, Ryan Davis at third. In the outfield, Joe Casal in left, Don Goods in center, Tyler Whitfield in right. Logan Lawford, the new catcher. Last game, we saw Zach Wade behind the plate, but Lawford will get the start for game 2.
Talking about the Dutchman uniforms, as the pitch comes in for a strike, for strike 2 to Sturzma. Really, the lettering is a shade of orange, but against that powder blue, if you're looking anywhere but right on top of it, it pretty much looks red. It looks very reminiscent of the old road uniforms of the Minnesota Twins with the script Dutchman across the front, where they obviously had the script Twins, but in Minnesota on the road uniforms. As we said, just a couple changes in that Bulldog lineup. Big one is Goods moves from right to left, and Whitfield is in right now. Also got Joe Casal, who has played most of his games in a Bulldog uniform at first base. He's playing left field in the second game. Here's the pitch from Clark, fouled away. Nice breaking ball there by Jackson. He had Sturzma out in front, almost got him for the strikeout. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the center fielder from Hope College. Bouncing ball coming in on it is Charles. He flips to second for 1. Kedro's relay not in time. So the Bulldogs do get 1. Sturzma is safe on the fielder's choice. And Charles and Kedro team up for the second out. Now batting the first baseman, number 6, Owen Crizen. Again, this game being the third game of the series, it is a pivotal game in the MIAA baseball race. If you can win 2 out of 3 every weekend, your chances of being at the top when it's all over are pretty good. If you only get 1 of 3, then they diminish quite a bit. And because of the late start here in game number 2 after the delay that caused the first game to, it was a 3-hour, 7-minute first game, but the actual time was more like 4:07 because of the hour delay while we replaced the umpire. So that means that it's later in the day as we start, and that shadow that traditionally creeps this time of day is now right past the batter. Ball going from some to the gunner, and there's a steal attempt, and Loeffler guns him out down at second base. Kedro applies the tag, and so the Bulldogs get out of the inning, as it turns out, 1-2-3 when I caught stealing, and the inning is over. So for Hope, they get no runs on one hit. There were no errors and no one left on base. We'll move to the bottom half of the first inning, as our score after a half inning is Hope nothing and the Bulldogs coming to bat.
The Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Gotten an opportunity to expand my knowledge of sports, hone in on my skills as a broadcaster, learn about equipment in different ways. You get more of a connection with professors as well.
Providing opportunities, growing leadership. The Adrian College Media Production House. Thanks for tuning in. The Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Gotten an opportunity to expand my knowledge of sports, hone in on my skills as a broadcaster, learn about equipment in different ways. You get more of a connection with professors as well.
Providing opportunities, growing leadership. The Adrian College Media Production House. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome back. Bottom of the first. Logan Loeffler ends the top half of the inning by gunning the runner out at second, caught stealing. On the mound for Hope in Game 2 today, Graham O'Gorman. He's on for his 7th time this season. All of them starts. Has a record of 3-1, 31 innings pitched. ERA just shy of 5.
Taking off for the Bulldogs is shortstop number 4, Jacob Charles.
Charles leads things off, followed by Joe Cassell, Ryan Davis, A.J. Miranda, Ed Wagner, Logan Loeffler, Don Goods, David Kedro, and Tyler Whitfield. And Charles has himself a first pitch single to right center.
Now batting the left fielder number 10, Joe Cassell. Joe Cassell stepping in to bat against Mr. O'Gorman. He went for the first pitch strike and was promptly greeted by Jacob Charles. Cassell shows bunt, misses it.
Let's see if we can get a sacked bunt down this game, because that, like we talked about in our Game 1 broadcast, has been something we've struggled with all season.
Joe's batting .208 in 24 at-bats this season. He takes a strike, so he's down 0-2 here. Cassell had a big season for the Bulldogs 2 years ago during their regional winning season. There's a bounding ball to Musin, and they'll turn it for a double play. Now batting the third baseman, number 17, Ryan Davis.
So Davis coming to bat. His last at-bat came in the bottom of the 9th inning, where he drove the ball out of here. Left center solo homer. That was his 10th homer of the season.
Yeah, he smacked that one right between the poles where that hold up the scoreboard out there. There's a bounding smash to third. Money plays it behind the bag, long throw, and he gets him. And just like that, the Bulldogs go 1-2-3, despite the leadoff hit by Jacob Charles. So both teams get a hit in the first inning, but still end up going out 1-2-3. And the Bulldogs leave no one in that inning. And at the end of one, our score is 0-0. You're watching MIAA Baseball here at Nicolay Field on AC TV.
Bulldog fans, connect with Adrian College TV on social media to be updated when we're broadcasting live, to see highlights, plays of the week, and much more. Adrian College Television is on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. ACTV's handle is at Adrian College TV on every form of social media. Thank you for tuning in and subscribing to the home of the Bulldogs, Adrian College TV. Bulldog fans, connect with Adrian College TV on social media to be updated when we're broadcasting live, to see highlights, plays of the week, and much more. Adrian College Television is on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. ACTV's handle is at Adrian College TV on every form of social media. Thank you for tuning in and subscribing to the home of the Bulldogs.
Leading off for Hope College in the top half of the second inning is first baseman number 6, Owen Kreisen.
Welcome back. Jackson Clark staying on the mound for Adrian here at top of the second. 0-0 our score. Each team's recorded a hit.
And here is Owen Kreisen. Kreisen, you may remember, was at the bat last inning. But he returns this inning after Logan Loeffner gunned out Robbie Sturzma at second base on the steal attempt. And there's a curveball in for a strike to make it 1-1. There's a pitch right down the middle for strike 2. In front.
60 feet 6 inches can seem a little long sometimes. As we spiked that one about 5 feet short of home.
Yes. Would have been a strike in Willie Mays. There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout. The first of the day for Jackson Clark. And there's one down. Now batting second baseman number 8, Nolan Gardner. Willie Mays, of course, being a division of the AABC baseball, which designates 10 and under baseball. The mound a little closer for the youngsters.
We talked about Clark needing to come out and throw strikes. He's done a pretty good job of that so far. 22 pitches now. Miranda's going to take this one himself. That's 16 strikes on 22 pitches for Clark so far.
Now batting the left fielder number 1, Dylan Kleinendler. Well, he just got out Noah Gardner, which is very good because we didn't do that very often in the first game. Gardner was good for a hit just about every time he came up there. Finally did get him out the last couple times, but when the game was being decided, he was doing the deciding. Here's the 1-0 pitch outside for ball 2.
Yeah, Gardner 2 for 4 last game. Pair of runs scored, 2 RBIs, and a walk.
Yeah, the thing about it, too, was every time he was batting, he had runners on base. And he was definitely trouble to the Bulldogs in game 1. Here's the 2-1 pitch, fouled away, back to the screen. And that'll make it 2-2. Shortstop Devin Mewson is standing on deck for the Dutchman. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a breaking ball, and that will end the second inning. So 6 up and 6 down for the Dutchmen here in game number 2. And the end of an inning and a half, our score remains 0-0. We'll be back with more from Nicolay Field after we pause for this. You're watching ACTV.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out.
Welcome back. Bottom of the second. A.J. Miranda to lead things off.
Is first baseman number 30, A.J. Miranda.
Graham O'Gorman on the mound. 6 pitches last inning, 6 strikes.
So you might want to jump on the first one, and Miranda does, but he fouls it off. That was the method of success for Jacob Charles, who got the only hit to lead off the first inning. He ripped the first pitch right back at him to center field for a single, and that's the only hit for the Bulldogs. Fortunately, he was erased on the double play when Joe Cassell hit the ball hard, but right at the shortstop Musin, and they turned to 2. So 2 quick strikes here to Miranda. There's a ball high. As Mike said, the first ball of the day, but I think he kind of was intentional with that one. Didn't want to make it too good. As he now works from the advantage of 1 and 2. Here's the pitch. That one pretty much in the same spot, make it 2 and 2. He's trying to get Miranda to go for that high fastball, and so far Miranda has done a good job of not giving in. So he waits on the 2-2. Here's a curveball foul. Bulldogs home a lot this week. They got 3 games here at the Nick. They're going to play here on Wednesday afternoon, 4 o'clock, a single game with the Trine University Thunder. And then they'll host a doubleheader next Saturday at 1 o'clock. And they host the Albion Britons. The 3rd game of that series will be next Sunday at Albion. Here's the pitch, swung on off the end of the bat into right field for a base hit.
A little cue ball. That'll get the job done, though. Base runners is what you need here.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 20, Ed Wagner.
Adrian had their fair share of base runners in the first game, but the timely hits did not come with it. So let's see if Ed Wagner can keep things going. He did pretty well in game 1 today.
Pitch to him in for a strike right at the knees for strike 1. Second straight inning, the Bulldogs have the leadoff man on. Unfortunately, last inning he was erased in a double play, so hopefully things will go better this time. That pitch is on the outside corner for strike 2.
Wagner in game 1 today, he was 2 for 3, runs scored, an RBI, and a pair of walks.
He's down 0-2 here. This at bat, that one skips in. Nice job by Pickett to corral that one. Big hole over there on the left side of the diamond for Hope with the holding the runner on. Here's Wagner's head. He's hit a sky pop into center field, and that is going to finally be tracked down by Musin. He's kind of wondering if he was going to get that one or if it was going to be Sturzma running in from center field, but Musin makes the play, and there's one out. Now batting the catcher, number 23, Logan Loeffler. So I'll bring up Logan Loeffler. It's his first at bat today. He's already positively impacted this game by throwing out a runner stealing today in the first inning. Here's the pitch, fastball, and Loeffler just a bit behind it, fouls it over the grandstand for strike one. Again, as this game goes on, there's that creeping out of the shadow. And the further towards that mound it gets, the more difficult it is for the batter to pick up, and that may explain why Loeffler was just a tad behind that one. Here's the pitch down low, and Pickett blocks this one, rolls out in front of him. The pitch by O'Gorman, high and inside, 2-1. Miranda down at first base. He's not getting too big of a lead. There's the pitch in for a strike, make it 2-2. Don Goods is on deck for the Bulldogs. As we await the 2-2 delivery from O'Gorman, and it is ripped, but it's foul as it goes into the Bulldog dugout. Only a couple guys out in the bullpen right now, but they had to scramble to get out of the way of that one. They could have kept that one fair. That was a well-hit ball. So we'll do 2-2 again. Here's the pitch, swung on, bouncing ball. This one foul down the right field line. So Loeffler has now used both lines for foul balls. Now we need one up the middle for a base hit. Pitch swung on. This one's going to be fair. It's going to drop right inside the line. It's going to be good for maybe extra bases. Loeffler will hold at first, but the runner will advance to third, and the Bulldogs now with something going as they've got runners at first and third and just one out. Now batting the center fielder, number 14, Don Goods. That'll bring up Don Goods. Goods came into the day with 8 RBIs on the season, and he's looking to pick up the first run of this ball game here in inning number 2. Miranda went all the way to third on the base hit. That one took a really good bounce off the fence right to the right fielder. So Loeffler wisely held up at first base. Here's the pitch outside. Goods stayed with it, but checked his swing in time. Of course, the right fielder, Kanan Bain, runs well, so he got over there pretty quickly. And again, where it hit the fence, it bounced right at him. Swing and a miss. Goods had a big cut at a high fastball for strike 2. 1 and 2. Yeah, Goods just really wants to put the ball in play with the runner at third base right now. The Dutchmen are fairly deep at second and short. Money is even with the bag at third. Here's the pitch. Swung on, base hit into right field. Goods delivers. That'll get a run home as Loeffler trudges into second base, and a nice piece of hitting by Don Goods. And the Bulldogs have a 1-0 lead. Goods that time took advantage of them holding Loeffler at first and drilled it into the hole, and it's 1-0. Now batting the second baseman, number 25, David Kedrow. Oh, that'll bring up Kedrow. Kedrow playing second base this afternoon. Kedrow had a double in 4 trips in the first game. He fouls the first pitch back. That double came late in the game. That was his 4th at bat of the day, so he has a good memory of getting a double his last at bat. Bulldogs now with runners at first and second. First baseman Krisen now playing off the bag. As Goods not a threat to run anywhere with Loeffler in front of him. Here's the pitch, swung on, base hit into left field. That ball was tagged. That could get a run in, but Loeffler will hold it third, and the bases are loaded. But positive action going on for the Bulldogs as they are starting to hit the ball hard in this inning. Now batting the right fielder, number 16, Tyler Whitfield. That'll bring up Tyler Whitfield. Whitfield is seeing his first action of the day. He's the right fielder for game number 2 as Don Goods has moved to center. Boyke is the starter from the first game, and this one's a little pop-up that the second baseman will grab. And there are 2 down, and that'll bring up Jacob Charles. Now batting the shortstop, number 4, Jacob Charles. Jacob's been swinging a hot bat of late. He's the Bulldogs' leading hitter. Came into the day with a batting average of .439, and he certainly has done nothing today that is going to diminish that in any way. There's a drive. That's going to be in for a base hit. That's going to get 1 run in. Here comes another one. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's going to be cut off, and the Bulldogs take a 3-0 lead. Oh, Jacob Charles just continues to hit line drive after line drive, and I'll tell you, that is great to see for Bulldog fans. Goods comes home. Loeffler comes home. Kedrow had to stay at second base, and the Bulldogs now up 3-0. Now batting the left fielder, number 10, Joe Cassell.
No, and that's what we were missing in game 1 was the timely hitting, and right now here early in game 2 of today, we have it. 6 hits already for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and the other thing we've seen in this game is the Bulldogs being able to spray the ball around and use both fields. They've got right field base hits. They've got left field base hits. And again, it's good to see more than a batter or two hitting the ball hard. Even some of the outs have been hit fairly hard in this second game. Oh, here's O'Gorman now, curveball. This one's a shot past the shortstop, Musin. That should get another run in here. He comes to the plate, and he is going to be out at home base. Oh, a nice throw that time by the left fielder, Klein Edler, as he cuts down the run at home, but that ball was also hit well. So the Bulldogs get 3 runs on 6 hits. They get no errors, and as it turns out, they leave 2, but they more importantly take a 3-0 lead at the end of 2, and we'll be back with more from Nicolay Field after we pause for this. You're watching MIAA Baseball on AC TV. So the Bulldogs strike for 3 runs in the bottom of the second. They take the lead here. And I think that's the first time this afternoon that the Bulldogs have had the advantage. There's a pitch inside for ball 1 to the shortstop, Devin Mewson. Mewson was playing Giselle pretty well, but that ball was hit so hard that he didn't really have a chance to react to it, and it just went right by him. But it was so hard that it did not give Kedro a chance to get home. So a nice credit left fielder Kleinendler with a fine throw to get him at the plate. And that cut off the run to end the inning. 3-1 now, the count to Mewson. Jackson Clark now working with a lead. Here's the pitch right down the middle for a strike. Clark looks more impressive each time I see him here. That one, ooh, just missed. You tell Bulldogs weren't sure about that, but Mewson gets the leadoff free pass, and that'll bring up Andrew Pickett. Now batting the catcher, number 5, Andrew Pickett. Pickett now, his first at bat of the afternoon. That's as a swing and a pop-up. This may stay in play as Loeffler goes back and makes the catch. So the catcher fouls out to the catcher, and he is the first out of the inning. Now batting the third baseman, number 2, Al Money. That brings up Al Money, the 9-hitter in Coach Stu Fritz's lineup. And Al Money is another guy that was seriously difficult to retire in game number 1. He got 2 hits. He was hit by a pitch. He was safe on an error. And so the Bulldogs only really got him one time on a bouncer to Ryan Davis. So hopefully they'll have more success here in game number 2. First pitch was a strike to Money. Now he threw over to first base to keep the runner Mewson close. Here's the pitch, fouled away. Strike 2. Here's the set by Clark. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Now batting the designated hitter, number 3, Spencer Cable. So another strikeout for Clark. That's his second of the afternoon. And Spencer Cable, who was out first pitch hitting in the first inning, pops it up. And it's out of play for strike 1. There's a bunt down the third base line, and it's going to be fair. That is a base hit for Cable. That's kind of a strange bunt single.
That's just a smart piece of hitting, though. He saw Davis playing off the line at third.
The batter is the right fielder, number 13, Kanan Bain.
And you've seen that with left-handed hitters that the infield will shift over, playing you to pull. If they have the ability to bunt, they're going to push one right down the third baseline and just take the single.
First pitch is high to Bain. I guess what strikes me as unusual about it was how hard he hit it, and that as a third baseman, you usually try to let that ball roll foul, but it never really had a chance because it was going so hard and it hit the base before it started to slow down. Second pitch to Bain is fouled away. Jackson Clark had him out in front on a changeup. Make it 1-1. So threatening here. They got 2 runners aboard with 2 out. And here's the pitch. That's a foul ball as well. And it's now 1-2 to Kanan Bain. 3-0 Bulldogs lead. We're in the top of the third of game number 2 of this doubleheader here this afternoon at Nicolay Field. First game went to Hope in convincing fashion, 12-3. Bulldogs, of course, won yesterday at Hope 4-0, so this will be the rubber match of the 3-game set. Here's the pitch up high for a ball. So now we'll wait on the 2-2 delivery. Clark checking the runner at second base, and now pitches and right over top of the head of Kanan Bain, and we now have a full count. This will mean the Bulldogs will have to take the ground ball to first base, as the runners will be going on the pitch. And we were doing the softball game the other day, and in softball you can't really go on the pitch, so this is a little different in baseball. There they go, and the pitch is down low, and they'll all walk 90 feet forward. And we'll have to face the 3-hitter in Robbie Sturzma. Now batting, the center fielder, number 4, Robbie Sturzma. Again, walks plaguing the Bulldog pitching staff. They've set this inning up for trouble. They've got 2 free passes and a bunt single. First pitch is down low for a ball. And that's going to bring a trip out by Coach Craig Rainey to discuss this predicament the Bulldogs find themselves in.
While we're doing that, let's take a look at some scores from around the conference. Game 1 of everyone's doubleheader, Alma defeated Albion 8-4. Calvin smoked Olivet 19-3 in 7 innings. Kalamazoo defeated Trine 14-3 in 7 innings. Then Hope defeated Adrian 12-4. Currently in Game 2 of everyone's doubleheader, Calvin leading Olivet 12-5 in the top of the 5th. Kalamazoo leading Trine 13-4 in bottom of the 7th. Alma leading Albion 11-3 in the top of the 8th. And we're here, Adrian leading Hope 3-0, top 3, but like you said, Goose, Hope is threatening with bases loaded here, 2 outs, and Jackson Clark is struggling to find the strike zone right now.
The lead is currently somewhat in peril. Here's the pitch from Clark, and it's down low, gets through the catcher, and that will get a run in. So a run that now, I'm calling that a wild pitch, so that will make it an earned run, but all practicality, it is pretty much a free run. 2-0 pitch, the pitch high, ball 3. 3-0. So they're just going to put him on. They're not even going to mess with pitching. That'll make it an intentional walk. But again, 3 balls makes that an easy decision. Now batting the first baseman, number 6, Owen Kreisen. So the bases are loaded again. It's 3-1 now. And again, this is what you didn't want to see after the Bulldogs got 3 straight runs. There's a fly ball, right field, going back on it is Whitfield. He circles, he's there, and he can't fight it. It drops in front of him, and that will bring in 2 more runs. And the game is tied.
Actually clears the bases.
That is correct. So 3 runs score on the hit, and it's now 4-3. Now batting second baseman number 8, Nolan Gardner.
Now, the later in the day we get, we struggle with that sun.
Well, that and the fact, again, the clear sky and the sun's up there, and also you know, our regular right fielder is in center this game. So, you know, he circled on that. He came to a stop. He looked like he had it, and then the ball just was nowhere near where he was standing. So 2-0. And these are the things that, again, you just can't do. And it all starts with walks. There's a pop-up. This is going over near the dugout. Davis will not be able to get to it as it lands out of play. And you just, again, you know, we talked about this in the first game, about your team goes out and you get a bunch of runs, and then it's the pitcher's job to get them out in the next inning and get them back up to bat. And everything was so positive as the Bulldogs went out there. And now, when they get up next, they'll be trailing again. There's a ball outside. Three and one. Runner is at second base now. Owen Kreisen. Takes it for a called strike. I think he was pretty much taken all the way right there. So now it's 3-2. Hopefully Clark can limit the damage by getting Kreisen right here, or rather Gardner. Foul ball. Back into the screen. Now batting the left fielder, number 1, Dylan Kleinender. So the walk puts them back at runners first and second. 4-3 our score. Hope comes back with 4 runs in this top of the third. There's a pop-up. I don't know if that one's going to stay in play or not. Yeah, it's going to hit the top of the roof here. What was it for the roof? Could have probably reached out and grabbed it here in our broadcast booth. As it thunked right above our heads. Inside for a ball. 2-1 they count. Dylan Kleinender is the 9th hitter of the inning. In an inning that they've only had 2 hits. They're calling a balk. So that will move the runners up. So they're both in scoring position. We didn't need that.
We do have an arm getting loose in the Adrian bullpen. It's Gage Ricker. Next pitch misses low. 3-1 the count.
I would not be surprised to see Ricker if he doesn't get Kleinender here. Again, you got an empty base, but man, filling up those empty bases with runners is a dangerous proposition. Here's the 3-1 pitch, curveball up high, ball 4, and the walk down to first base, and that will bring up Devin Mewson again this inning. Now batting the shortstop, number 11, Devin Mewson. So the bases are loaded. 2 out, top of the third. Mewson, who walked to start the inning, is back up there, and he takes ball 1. Nice stop by Loeffler that time to save a run. fly ball into right field. That is that's a fan who camped under that one, but then decided, I may want to let that one drop because it's going to hurt my hands because I don't have the mitt.
And landed in a pile of mud, it looks like.
Yes, that may be the last we see of that ball. There's a pitch, there's a fly ball, left field, Cassell going after it, and he can't get it. It's over his head. He runs to the wall. Here comes 3 more runs. They all come home, and Hope now with a 7-3 lead. Now batting the catcher, number 5, Andrew Pickett.
And this is the exact reason why you need to limit the walks. Free bases eventually lead to this. I mean, Hope's got 7 runs on just 4 hits.
And they're not, and to be honest with you, they're not even good hits. And I mean, that's the thing about it. Let's run down those hits. They have a bunt that hits third base. That was something nobody could do anything about, but still something you don't see. That's what got this hole started. He took advantage of a little bit of a shift and got a bunt single. And it turns out that's a pretty key hit with 2 outs. And then there's a fly ball that's to right field that should have been caught, and we misplay it, and it bounces in front of us, and 3 runs score. And that one goes over the head of Cassell, again, who has played most of his defensive innings at first base. So he's kind of new to left field. And again, there was a well-hit ball. You know, nothing taken away from Musin, but again, a veteran outfielder usually makes that play. And now it's 3-1. And again, so much of it has to do with confidence. No, you watch your pitcher throw ball after ball after ball, you lose confidence in him. So when the ball comes to you, you're not ready. And then the pitcher, you know, when he sees guys not catching balls, now he thinks he's got to be, you know, so fine that he loses confidence, and it just is a big downer for both teams, and it leads to a touchdown being scored here by the Flying Dutchman in an inning where they really didn't hit the ball very hard. Well, we get a strikeout to end the inning as Pickett goes down, and that will end the inning. So the Bulldogs now with work to do. They had a 3-run lead when this inning started, but now they're down to down by a 4-run margin as the Dutch get 7 runs on 3 hits and take a 7-3 lead. We'll be back with more from Nicolay Field after we pause for this. You're watching ACTV.
Adrian College has once again been recognized for its commitment to engaged experiential education by Colleges of Distinction, a one-of-a-kind guide for college-bound students. While higher education has changed over the past 20 years, Colleges of Distinction's selection process has stayed consistent in accepting only those that adhere to the 4 distinctions: engaged students, great teaching, vibrant community, and successful outcomes. Overlaid in the last few years have been a look into high-impact practices. They believe most critical to the student experience were the kinds of engaging experience that are found at Adrian College. To learn more, please visit adrian.edu. Adrian College has once again been recognized for its commitment to engaged experiential education by Colleges of Distinction, a one-of-a-kind.
On the bottom of the third is third baseman number 17, Ryan Davis. Well, the Bulldogs, I guess you see or likely say, should have 5 hits in their last 6 batters as Davis ducks out of the way of it at the last minute. But they got to get back to that kind of a hitting pace here. again, much like it was so important for the Dutch to score after they gave up 3 runs last inning, it's very important that the Bulldogs retaliate in this bottom of the 3rd. So they've got the 3, 4, and 5 hitters up, and they've really got to bear down and get themselves on base. There's a ball. That makes it now 1 and 2.
Guys, 1 and 1.
1 and 1, okay. Umpire signaled 1 and 2, but that's not what he meant. There's a pop-up. It's foul, out of play. Davis looking up, trying to foul that one out of the ballpark. Now it's 1 and 2. 7, 4, and 0 for the Dutch, fouled away, and 3, 7, and 0 for the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs have almost twice as many hits, and they trail by 4.
Hopefully we can keep that little streak we had in the 2nd alive here in the 3rd and answer.
Yep, he went too far, and it's going to be strike 3, and Davis strikes out. Now batting the first baseman, number 30, A.J. Miranda. Well, again, that's the other thing. Graham O'Gorman is 3 and 1 on the season as he delivers a strike to Miranda, and we had him on the ropes. And now he goes into the dugout, he regroups, he gets to rest a little bit while his team scores 7 runs and has 11 hitters. And now you've just pretty much let him off the hook.
Yeah, and because of that, that potentially keeps him in the game longer.
Ooh, that one's right off his leg. It almost went through his legs. He recovers to make the toss. I'm sure they'll take a look at him now. Make sure he's okay.
Hey, looks to be all right. Hit him in the calf or thigh area. So probably leave a bruise later on, but...
Well, not to mention, he's going to need a minute to find all the pieces of his uniform. He lost his hat and shirt came untucked trying to get out of the way. Now batting designated hitter number 20, Ed Wagner. So he needed a moment for some extra grooming out there. There's a foul ball down the line, out into the highway. And this is not the kind of start the Bulldogs wanted, although Miranda once again hit the ball hard. But there's a high chopper. Wagner running down to first base, the throw, and the inning is over. So the Bulldogs go 1, 2, 3 in their half of the 3rd. They get no runs on no hits, no errors, and none left. And at the end of 3, complete innings of play here at Nicolay Field. We'll take a break with our score. Hope College 7, Adrian 3. We'll be back after this on ACTV.
Adrian College has once again found itself on the 2022 U.S. News & World Report Best College Rankings. This is the 8th straight year that Adrian has been named to the top regional colleges Midwest section. Adrian College was also named the most innovative school in the Regional Colleges Midwest category. In addition, Adrian received accolades in Best Value in undergraduate teaching within Regional Colleges Midwest. Adrian College was also named in the top first-year experiences by U.S. News & World Report. This marks the 13th consecutive year that Adrian has appeared in U.S. News & World Report. To see the full rankings, visit their website. For more information on Adrian College, visit adrian.edu. Adrian College has once again found itself on the 2022 U.S. News & World Report Best College Rankings. This is the 8th straight year that Adrian has been named to the top regional colleges Midwest section. Adrian College was also named the most innovative school in the Regional Colleges Midwest category. In addition, Adrian received accolades in Best Value in undergraduate teaching within region.
Welcome back. Top of the fourth, pitching change for Adrian. Gage Ricker in, replacing the starter Jackson Clark. Ricker, the junk baller, and it's well known. We heard the Hope coaching staff telling all the hitters, hey, off speed, everything's off speed, everything's off speed. So, although everybody knows that, Ricker is still very effective, as that slider is a perfect example of it. Fouled off a punt from Money.
Yeah, being told that everything's off speed, the batter, Al Money, decides he will attempt to bunt at a off-speed pitch that was 3 feet outside. So Ricker throws him another one.
Ricker entering today. This is his 12th appearance that leads the team. He's got an ERA of just 1.86 and 19 1/3 innings pitched.
There's a foul ball that hit him, and they're calling him out because it hit him outside the batter's box. That's a good call because that definitely it hit the ground. He ran to first. He was getting out of the box fast. He was completely out of the box, and the ball hit him, and so we couldn't pick it up and throw him out. So they're going to call him out here.
More on Ricker this season. He's allowed 4 runs, all of them earned, 13 hits, 7 walks, 14 strikeouts. Hitters just hitting 176 against him this year.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 3, Spencer Cable. So write that down as a put out for the catcher. Free one for Loeffler. And Spencer Cable will now come up. Cable is the man who started all the problems in inning number 3, as he kept it alive with a bunt single off the third base bag. He grounded to second in his first at bat in this game. And the second pitch by Ricker is a ball. And it is 2-0. Foul ball.
When they're Cable with a 2-0 count, most pitchers are going to throw you a fastball just to get one over. Nope, back comes Ricker with an off-speed, a breaking ball there, and Cable swung through it as if he was getting a fastball. Fouled it off, and now the count's even 2-2.
Nice curveball that time from Ricker. Again, it's one thing to say off-speed stuff, off-speed stuff, off-speed stuff, but that doesn't mean you can hit it. That means a pitcher who is, for lack of a better word, crafty, and got all kinds of balls that spin and duck and break, and that's not easy to make that change as the hitter, as he fouls another one away to make it 2-2.
And this one might be a battle of an at-bat because Spencer Cable is a well-known hitter around the MIAA. Has been for a few years now, but Ricker has definitely given him his best as one of the craftier pitchers in the MIAA.
Well, we went about as far as we can go. We're at the magical 3-2 pitch. Here it is, down low, and it's another walk. So Cable wins the battle by attrition there. Now batting the right fielder, number 13, Kanan Bain. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit, and it's blowing in now. So that's kind of a change. Bain's first pitch is fouled away. All our scoring materials are starting to blow towards us now.
That's why I use the computer.
Gotta. And yes, Mike, you use the computer, but if your computer were to crash, you would be extremely grateful that I have the scorebook.
The paper.
Well, we try and rebuild the action. There's a pop-up into shallow right field, and Kedro will go back and make the grab, and that will be all for Bain in the 4th inning. I hope. That's his last at bat of the inning. 2 out. Now batting the center fielder, number 4, Ravi Sturzma. Sturzma stood up there last inning and watched 3 balls go by, and after a wild pitch, they walked him. Here's a bounding ball to Charles, and he makes a fine play. I'll tell you, Charles gets more comfortable there at shortstop each game I watch him play, and that was a fine play to end the Dutchman 4th. They get no runs on no hits. There were no errors, and 1 was left on base. At the end of 3.5, our score is Hope 7 and Adrian 3. We'll be back after we pause for this. You're watching Adrian College Baseball on ACTV.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Leading off with the Bulldogs in the bottom of 4th with catcher number 23, Logan Loeffler.
So the Bulldogs need some base runners here. Bottom 4 trailing 7-3. Loeffler to lead things off. He singled his last time up down the right field line. And look at first pitch fastball high for ball 1.
The same pitch is lined back at us here in the booth. Yeah, Loeffler got that base hit during a barrage of singles back in the 2nd by the Bulldogs. He scored a run. It was one of 6 Bulldog hits in a matter of 8 batters. But when Hope came back in the top of the 3rd inning and got 7 runs, the Hope hurler,
3-1.
Graham O'Gorman,
3-1.
has settled down now.
3-2.
Shut the Bulldogs out since then. 3-2 pitch is in for a strike, or excuse me, the 3-1 pitch, which makes it 3-2. So Loeffler will wait on the payoff pitch from O'Gorman. There is a drive to left field going back for it, and grabbing it is going to be Klein Edler. And there's one away in the Bulldog 4th inning. I'll bring up Don Goods. Now batting the center fielder, number 14, Don Goods.
Well, and Loeffler gave that ball a ride, but he did not get all of it.
Nope, he was definitely out in front. Had to lean over to get it. To be honest with you, that was probably a ball that you really should have tried to take to right field because it was so far outside. But he's at least put his bat on the ball. He's hit the ball hard now twice. There's a strike on the outside corner. Goods not completely enthused by that call. Here's the pitch outside. Nope, they call a strike there. And there are 2 outs. Now batting the second baseman, number 25, David Kedrow. There's a pitch inside from Kedrow. 2-0 to the Bulldog second baseman. And the 2-0 delivery is also a ball inside. Might have been able to reach him. Here we go. The pitch down low and a 4-pitch walk to David Kedrow. Now batting right fielder number 16, Tyler Whitfield.
The Bulldogs now have a man aboard, 2 outs here, still trailing by 4.
But you never know. The years we've been doing Bulldog baseball, we've seen some pretty exciting innings start with a 2-out walk. There's a pitch that's down low, and it's going to be get away, and that will allow the runner Kedrow to advance a base. So I have to call that a wild pitch as it skipped in. Was blocked by Pickett, but he couldn't locate the ball, and that allowed Kedrow to go down to the second base.
Oh, and Whitfield did the right thing there and did not move out of the batter's box. If he were to move out of the batter's box and kick that ball or make contact with the catcher, then we have interference. But he stayed in the box. Umpire said he was not involved in the play in any way because it's the batter's box. It says for a reason.
So 1-1 now to Whitfield. And man, we could really use Whitfield to keep this going here. Here's the pitch up high. Then the second baseman is holding Kedrow at second, although Kedrow is getting a pretty hefty lead there to the point where O'Gorman decides I better pay a little more attention to him. Goes over and walks him back to second base. And the delivery, and that's a strike on the outside corner. Jacob Charles in the on-deck circle. He's hoping to get a chance to bat here in the fourth. He's got 2 hits today, does Jacob. So we'd like to see him go for third here. But to do that, Tyler Whitfield's got to get on base. Here's the pitch. Down low. Skips in again. Nice job by Pickett. To Pickett. And now it's 3-2.
Come on.
Got to caught Mike in a little bit of a daze there. It took a little bit for him to pick up on that one. There's a foul ball. Been a long day.
It has. First pitch of game 1 was at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
We're approaching 7.
If I'm not mistaken, for my good friend Mike Brang, it started with a early morning date out there at the rowing event early this morning. So he's been there. There's a bounder up the middle. Couldn't get through. It's knocked down, but he won't be able to make the play, and that'll get a Bulldog run in. He stopped it with his glove, but unfortunately, the glove fell off his hand, and so he couldn't reach in there and get the ball to throw it. Now batting is shortstop number 4, Jacob Charles. So credit Whitfield with a hit and an RBI, and Charles will now come up to bat. You got to kind of feel for Nolan Gardner. As like I say, he made a fine play to stop that ball from going into center field. He was hoping to at least keep the runner Kedrow at third. But when the ball knocked his glove off his hand, he just couldn't retrieve the ball out of his glove because it wasn't on his hand. So strike one here to Charles. Charles digging in, ball high. Makes it 1-1.
Love to see Charles hit the left center gap like he's been hitting all day long. Just keep the inning alive, go piece by piece. That's brings it to 3-1.
Getting back to the bowling event, what do you call those, Mike?
Regattas?
Would that be a regatta?
It was, and it was a cold one.
I can imagine.
Jumped on
the day that it was a little bit brisk.
Jumped on the lake at 7:30 this morning.
Out at Devil's Lake.
32-degree temperatures.
I'm telling you.
At the start of it.
I got to ask that question because I beg everybody's pardon is involved in the rowing, but I'm sort of a land animal. There's the only thing I know about lakes and ponds is, you know, the options of where to place my ball if it goes in there and take a penalty. So the count is now full to Charles, so that means that Whitfield will get a run to start. He's shielding his eyes over there at first base as we're there. Ooh, speared over there by one of the
Kedro.
By Kedro. He got his glove back on, and he's flashing it down there in the Bulldog dugout.
That's the cleanest play the Bulldogs have made all day.
Yes. He looked a little confused because he didn't know where to throw it after he made the play. First base just didn't seem appropriate this time. There's a pitch, strike three down the middle, and Charles not happy. The Bulldogs not too happy with some of the pitches that have been called strikes in that inning, but they do get a run, and that's a very important run because it pulls them closer in this ball game. And so they now have 4 runs. They get 1 run this inning on the one hit, the single by Whitfield, and they pull to within 7-4 at the end of 4. We'll be back with the 5th inning and the rest of this ball game this afternoon. After we pause for this, you're watching AC TV.
The Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Got an opportunity to expand my knowledge of sports, hone in on my skills as a broadcaster, learn about equipment in different ways. You get more of a connection with professors as well.
Providing opportunities, growing leadership. The Adrian College Media Production House. Thanks for tuning in. The Adrian College Media Production House provides opportunities for students to learn and grow live on the airwaves, just like Matt Kibbe.
I've gotten a chance to create a relationship with coaches and teams and learn more from people instead of trying to teach myself something. Got an opportunity to expand my knowledge.
Welcome back. Top of the 5th, Gage Ricker back on the mound for the Bulldogs. Adrian trailing Hope again, 7-4. New right fielder in the game, Owen Brown, replaces Tyler Whitfield. He will bat in the 9-hole.
Ladies and gentlemen, the leadoff batter is first baseman, number 6, Owen Crizzen. And Owen Crizzen takes a curveball strike on the first pitch. Then he takes a big cut at that slow curveball. And so he's down 0-2 to the curveball. And a swing and a miss. He struck him out on a pitch that was way outside.
That pitch was perfectly executed by Ricker. He got him swinging for the second strike at the curve, at the slider away, and reached it further for strike 3.
Now batting second baseman number 8, Nolan Gardner. Yes, the entire sequence by Ricker there was good. He started him out on the first pitch with a slow curveball, and then he got him to swing at a slower curveball, and then got him to swing at a slowest curveball that was not anywhere near the strike zone. Okay, that's a base hit into right, and it's bobbled by the new right fielder Owen Brown, and so he'll have to take an error on his first play. That moves him to second base. Batter's left fielder number 1, Dylan Kleinhandler.
One thing to note, after the Jacob Charles strikeout looking to end the 4th inning, the Adrian dugout was issued a warning for arguing balls and strikes.
There was a pitch in for a strike.
Ricker just missed a spot on that one. The ball looked like it slipped out of his hand, stayed inside when Loeffler was setting up outside for that. Count even 1-1. Nice pitch there, catches the outside corner.
One ball, 2 strikes to Kleinhandler. He's 0 for 1 and make that 0 for 2 as he strikes out with a big swing on a slow curveball. Now batting the shortstop, number 11, Devin Mewson. So 2 out now, runner at second base. And Gage Ricker trying to strand him there. There he goes. That pitch is inside for a strike. And a stolen base gets him to third.
That wasn't so much a stolen base because Ricker wasn't paying attention. It was a stolen base because they know a slow off-speed pitch is coming, meaning it's going to take longer to get to the plate, which will give the runner a little bit more time to slide in and steal a bag.
And if you get the good jump, it's almost impossible to throw you out. And the other key is with 2 out, you know, you don't have to worry about the ball being hit behind you and being doubled up.
Nice pitch there by Ricker. Try to get him to chase. Although it was off the plate, it's still a very competitive pitch.
A walk and a double for Mewson here in the second game. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He got him out on the front foot. And so, despite the single that was mixed in amongst the mess, Gage Ricker strikes out the side and picks up 3 strikeouts, his first 3 of the day, and leaves a man at second. And we're halfway through the second game here at Nicolay Field. Our score is Hope College 7. Adrian College 4. We'll be back to the Bulldog bottom of the 5th after we pause for this.
If there was one word I was going to use to describe the communication arts program at Adrian College, it would be unique. Students find themselves on the radio, in front of and behind the camera, and directing their own programs. Students learn in a personalized environment that sets them up for a world of opportunities. Are you ready for your moment in the limelight? Learn more about the Rush Communications Center and Adrian College's communications program by visiting adrian.edu today. If there was one word I was going to use to describe the communication arts program at Adrian College, it would be unique. Students find themselves on the radio, in front of and behind the camera, and directing their own programs. Students learn in a personalized environment that sets them up for a world of opportunities. Are you ready for your moment in the limelight? Learn more about the Rush Communications Center and Adrian College's communications program by visiting adrian.edu today.
Leading off for the Bulldogs in the bottom of the fifth inning is left fielder number 10, Joe Casale.
Joe Casale leads things off here in the bottom of the fifth. Bulldogs still trailing 3. 7-4 is our score. And Casale hits this one high and deep in the left field corner. It's going to go foul. It had the distance, but not the right angle.
So Casale get another chance here. Casale's got a base hit. It's bounced into a double play back in the first inning, so he's hit the ball hard twice. That one's on the outside corner. Takes it for a strike. Oh, 2 pitch. Swung on, breaking ball, strike 3. As that one broke right at the last moment and fools Casale. Now batting the third baseman, number 17, Ryan Davis.
Yeah, he stood frozen in the box there.
That was a good pitch right there. 'Cause again, 0-2, you're expecting, something maybe a little outside, and when it was coming at him, he just kind of gave up on it a little bit. You almost can't blame him, and that joke sharply down and gets him for the strikeout. So credit O'Gorman on that one. Here's Davis now. 1 strike, fouls it away. Strike 2 to the big hitting Bulldog third baseman.
Well, going back to that strikeout there, it kind of depends on the coach you play for and their philosophy, because there are a ton of coaches that when you're ahead 0-2, that 0-2 pitch should not be anywhere near the strike zone.
Well, again, it's true that had Casale hit that one out of the stadium, there probably would be a reckoning in the dugout. But that particular time, again, as you're the batter, you know exactly what you're talking about, Mike, that this is probably not going to be, over there. And so when it comes at you and it doesn't start out as a strike, and then it is one at the last minute, that's just a real good pitch, and you got to tip your hat to the pitcher. There's a foul smash down the third base line. And again, you don't really know if that was one he was just trying to put in on his hands or what, but I mean, sometimes you miss your spot and it's in the strike zone and it works out. Just like sometimes you throw the ball outside and the guy reaches over and lines it somewhere and it doesn't work out.
Yeah. I always remember years and years and years ago, early in his career, Miguel Cabrera, on the intentional walk that he hit the ball the other way. This one's skied to center. Sturzma's there. He camps under it. That'll be out number 2. That'll bring up A.J. Miranda, the 4-hitter. First pitch to him is a strike,
Now batting the first baseman, number 30, A.J. Miranda.
A ball spiked is what I meant to say.
Skipping off the turf here in Nicolay Field. There's a smash to third baseman. Money makes the play and throws it across the diamond. The Bulldogs go 1-2-3. Oh, nothing across for Adrian in the fifth. After 5, it remains 7-4 Hope. And we'll be back with the final 4 innings here at Nicolay Field after we pause for this.
Adrian College has once again found itself on the 2022 U.S. News & World Report Best College Rankings. This is the 8th straight year that Adrian has been named to the top regional colleges Midwest section. Adrian College was also named the most innovative school in the Regional Colleges Midwest category. In addition, Adrian received accolades in Best Value in undergraduate teaching within Regional Colleges Midwest. Adrian College was also named in the top first-year experiences by U.S. News & World Report. This marks the 13th consecutive year that Adrian has appeared in U.S. News & World Report. To see the full rankings, visit their website. For more information on Adrian College, visit adrian.edu. Adrian College has once again found itself on the 2022 U.S. News & World Report Best College Rankings. This is the 8th straight year that Adrian has been named to the top regional colleges Midwest section. Adrian College was also named the most innovative school in the regional colleges Midwest category. In addition, Adrian received accolades in Best Value in undergraduate teaching within regional colleges Midwest. Adrian College was also named in the top first-year experiences by U.S. News & World Report. This marks the 13th consecutive year that Adrian has appeared in U.S. News & World Report. To see the full rankings, visit their website. For more information on Adrian College, visit adrian.edu. Adrian College has once again...
Russo in place of Gage Ricker.
New pitcher on the mound, Trip Russo. Gage Ricker headed to the training room as he was holding his right arm.
Leading off for Hope in the top of the sixth is catcher number 5, Andrew Pickett.
So Russo had a couple extra minutes to warm up as new pitcher coming in due to a previous pitcher with injury. You have all the time in the world you'd like. So Russo did warm up in game 1, never saw play, and his first pitch is going to hit Pickett. So the leadoff man's aboard.
Now batting third baseman number 2, Al Money. Now batting third baseman number 2, Al Money.
Forgot your PA microphone there.
Sounded good on the broadcast, though. There's a bunt fouled off the... Well, I'm not sure if it was off the catcher or the umpire. Maybe both.
Oh, this year you forgot to grab the mic. Remember last year, Ryan Davis came in a pinch hit. You announced him as a pinch hitter and then continued to announce on air and over the stadium. Now, this is a great hitter.
Oh, I just wanted everybody to know that he could hit. But, you know, another thing about this is the fact that, you know, this year I went to a headset microphone at the rink. So I got out of that habit of picking the microphone up to speak into it, you know, that I used to have. So now the first pitch to Money was a strike. As everybody seems to be okay after getting hit here. Second pitch was also a strike, so it's 0-2. Here's the pitch from Russo outside for a ball. As Pickett getting a lead down there at first base. Swing, and that ball is foul down the line.
Stu Fritz at third does not agree, but it did just go to the left of third base. He was already waving Pickett to third.
Well, Coach Fritz was passively suggesting that that was a fair ball. But I have a hunch, had he called it fair, the displeasure of the Bulldogs would have been excessively worse. There's a pop-up, and it's going to be dropped out there. But if he still has a chance to get a guy out, and he does, as the Sunfield has been a struggle for Owen Brown as he drops it, but he does not get an error because he gets the force out. But that puts a faster runner on first base. So still a little bit negative for the Bulldogs. Now batting designated hitter number 3, Spencer Cable.
So money reaches on a fielder's choice, the rare fielder's choice to the outfield.
The 0.96 fielder's choice. But really there wasn't anything Pickett could do because obviously in fact, he was kind of going on the pitch, and there was a chance that the ball had been so high that we could have doubled him up there with a catch. But so he was running completely the wrong direction when the ball fell in, and he had no chance to turn around and go to second. So a good job by Brown to maintain his composure, pick the ball up, and get the out. One strike to Cable. This pitch is outside, seemingly where Loeffler wanted it, as he was set up way on the outside corner. 1-2.
Fastball outside, stolen base. Just off the glove of Charles.
Yeah, that was going to be a really close play there. And Charles, I think, kind of tried to put the tag on. Maybe a little too prematurely, and he didn't catch the ball. So that makes it 2-2 now to the designated hitter, Spencer Cable. And the pitch is outside for a ball, makes it 3-2. Count is full.
They're going to walk Cable. Field umpire calls clock violation. So Russo does not get the pitch off in time.
Now batting the right fielder, number 13, Kanan Bain.
That puts runners at first and second. Bain rips this one into the Adrian bullpen. Strike one. Eventually we will have the pitch clock on display here at Nicolay Field. We have the equipment for it, just haven't fully set it up yet. This one's skied foul territory. Does not come back into play. So foul ball makes the count 1-2. It's not required yet that you have it on display, and for places that don't have it on display, the field umpire is the one keeping track of it. But for places that do have it on display, field umpire has to go off what is displayed.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I almost wish that we would go back to what we've done for the last 100-some years of baseball and not call it till we can put it on display. And Get to why in just a second as there's a ball inside. But let's think about that right there. It was a 3-2 pitch, big pitch in the ball game. Pitcher takes just a little more time than maybe he doesn't. It isn't on display for him, so he has no idea just where he's at on the clock. It's not like he's a quarterback and you've got a referee in the backfield counting the clock out for you as this one hits the batter. And Bain now goes to first. And you've also got an umpire who you're asking now to watch for balks, watch for, a swing, if there's a swing on that thing. And you're also asking him to look down at his watch and figure out, was it 20 seconds, 19 seconds, or 21 seconds? And quite frankly, that just is asking a lot of a person to do. And then it ends up being a huge call there in a key situation. Again, the pitchers aren't struggling to comply with that rule when there's nobody on and nobody out. So like I say, unless you can actually put that on display so everybody knows what's going on, that makes for a tough rule.
Well, and it's also something where you can make more of an argument now to require 3 umpires. So that way you still have one that's paying attention to what's going on at the plate.
How about center fielder number 4, Robbie Sturzma?
You have a field umpire that's able to pay attention to that in the event that there is a check swing or a foul ball that hits the guy in the box and the home plate umpire doesn't see it and needs to ask for help. And then you also have him checking for balks, but then you have a guy that's focused just strictly on the clock.
Yeah.
And it helps us in a situation like we had in the first game where an umpire goes down.
2-0.
Yes, it does.
With the umpire going down, in college you're not going to play a game with one umpire. So that's why we had to suspend game 1 for roughly an hour. We were luckily able to find an umpire, but on a Saturday, it's not that high of a chance, because if you're not umping on a beautiful day like we had this afternoon, whether it's a college game or a high school game, there's plenty of baseball going on in the area of all different levels. We were just lucky someone was available.
Plus, I'll tell you, having had the regionals here at Nicolay Field over the years and the MIAA tournament, when we get to the tournament, we do have extra umpires. You sort of notice that suddenly every game's got 1 or 2 balks in it.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about that is, why is that? Well, now you've got a guy at third who's also watching. So pitchers aren't getting away with balks that they did the entire season. So they look out, they're baffled because, I've been doing this all year, which they have. But over at first base, you just can't see what they're really doing on one side, so they don't get called. And that's not, be derogatory towards the umpires anyway. You can't see it. And there's ball 4, and in walks another run.
That makes the score 8-4 in favor of Hope.
Batter's first baseman, number 6, Owen Crisen.
One we saw when we went to the regional at Whitewater, the way they had that set up with a 6-team regional, and there's 4 games this day, 4 games the next day, then there's 2 games, 3 games, however many there are. They had 2 sets of 4 umpires, and they alternated games, but those umpires were still there, sitting in the booth. Whitewater had a beautiful skybox facility on the first base side that they were able to sit up there. So in the event an umpire did go down, there's 4 of them waiting to step in. And then when we did get to that winner-take-all game after everyone had 1 loss, it was between us and Whitewater, they were able to throw even more out there where they treat it more of a World Series where you got your guy behind the plate. You had 3 infield umpires, and you even had one down the left field line and one down the right field line.
Well, not only that, but in that particular situation, you know, the weather was one of those weekends in Whitewater, Wisconsin, where all 4 seasons would occur throughout the tournament. You know, we had snow in game number 1, and we had a nice sunny day, but rain in between, and so games got backed up. So having that many umpires available, there's a drive, and that's going to be off the glove of Charles. It's going to get into the center field. Charles is going to pick it up, and everybody's going to advance another base. So a base hit off the glove of Charles. He had to go to his right. He did a good job just to get his glove on it. Advances the runners one more. Now it's 9-4. Now batting second baseman number 8, Nolan Gardner. I'll tell you, Giles disappointed that he didn't come up with that one, but that's the way it's going for the Bulldogs right now. They just got to find a way to fight themselves out of this. They're, you know, the line drive is 1 inch to the left, and it's a double play, gets the Bulldogs out of the inning. But it's 1 inch to the right, and it's fighting for that inch that makes the difference between being a winner and a loser. As the ball got loose in the Bulldog bullpen, that's what we're waiting for here. Bases still loaded for Hope. Swing and a miss by Gardner. That makes it 1-2. Still just 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. The Dutchmen have scored twice, and they have increased their lead to 5 at 9-4. Here's Russo, delivers, swing, and just a tip of his bat on the ball keeps him alive. There's one outside for ball 2, 2-2. Tell you, Tripp, you want to go after him on this pitch because you don't want to get to 3-2. Here's the pitch. It's outside, and it's 3-2. So the bases are loaded. The count is loaded at 3-2. Good chance something's going to happen on this pitch here, Mike Brang. And the delivery swung on, fouled away. Three-two delivery on the way, in for a strike, and Russo gets his man. Now batting the left fielder, number 1, Dylan Kleinendler.
That's a big strikeout there. Both 1 for the situation and 2 for the confidence of Russo. He was starting to lose it a bit, allowing some free bases, and Kleinendler hits this one.
There's a drive. Cassell going back. This is going to be out of here. A grand slam. Cassell was tracking it all the way, but he just ran out of real estate and watches it sail over the fence, and that makes it 13-4.
Pitch left right over the middle of the plate there.
Now batting the shortstop, number 11, Devin Mewson.
Looks like a off-speed pitch, left it elevated. And that's been it. There's 2 innings for Hope where they've just rallied in runs. They scored 7 in the 3rd. They've now scored 6 here in the top of the 6th. They lead by 9. 0-2 the count. strikes.
Musin, the number 9 hitter of the inning. And he hits a smash down the line that Brian Davis just watches go by because he knows it's foul. He didn't even react to that one.
Well, the key is, how will Adrian respond to this? They have 5 more innings of at-bats. Or excuse me, 4 more innings. This one's skied to center. Goods is there, camps under it. That'll do it here in the top of the 6th, but Hope gets 6 runs on just 2 hits. No errors that inning. They leave nobody left on base after the grand slam, so Hope takes a 13-4 lead. We'll head to the bottom half of the 6th. We'll be back after this.
For Hope College in the top of the 6th, they get 6 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors, and 2 were left on base. Ladies and gentlemen, for all Adrian College athletic information, please go to www.adrianbulldogs.com. After today's game, you can find a recap and a box score of the games, as well as information about all the athletic programs here at Adrian College. Again, that's www.adrianbulldogs.com, your source for Adrian College sports.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in.
Welcome back, bottom of the 6th. Ed Wagner to lead things off, followed by Logan Loeffler and Don Goods. Bulldogs trailing by 9, 13-4 is our score. After Adrian shut Hope out yesterday by a score of 4-0, Hope has come to Nicolay Field and has tacked on 25 runs over the course of the 2 games today. Adrian has a ton of work to do. O'Gorman remains in the game on the mound for Hope. First 2 pitches, fastballs to Wagner, miss. 2-0 the count here. 13 runs on 7 hits with no errors for Hope. 4 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Adrian. One also misses off the plate, 3-0. And the thing that Adrian has struggled with is allowing free bases. They've walked 8 so far as a staff, and they've hit 2. But O'Gorman walks Wagner to lead off the bottom of the 6th. I'll bring up Logan Loeffler.
Now batting to catcher number 23, Logan Loeffler.
Loeffler in this game, he's 1 for 2 on the day with a single to right field. First pitch called a strike right at the bottom of the zone. Another arm was getting loose in the Adrian pen during our commercial break. Lincoln Lipinski's down there. Loeffler fouls his one down the third baseline. Quickly is down 0-2. Has shifted from blowing in from right now to blowing out to left. A check swing, trying to defend himself from being hit. So Loeffler redoes the 1-2. ball misses high. Sun is beginning to become a problem over at first base as Ed Wagner is putting his hand up to block it and still get a view of the pitcher. We've seen instances where that has been a problem that has led to some big innings. And the one that you and I witnessed a couple years ago was trying 2 outs, and it led to a 13-run inning. So Bulldogs hoping something like that happens here.
Yeah, as a former first baseman, I feel for that guy, the first baseman playing at this time of the day, because there's a point at which that sun gets so low over there, and there's a ball, and Loeffler works a walk. But the ballpark where I played a lot of baseball in Battle Creek, where my high school team played, and also we have City League games when I played in the City League. But you get to the point where you just can't see the ball coming, so you just get out of the way. I mean, you know, because you could just get hit right in the face if you are. So there's a bunt. Goods trying to beat it out. The throw by Money, and it gets away from the first baseman, and there I think we might have seen exactly what we're talking about. I don't think he really picked up that ball. I don't think that was a bad throw. It was going to be a close play, and it gets away, and I am inclined to give Goods a bunt single on that just for that very reason. Now batting the second baseman, number 25, David Kedrow.
I will agree with you on that. So that drives in a run.
Again, it's just like if, you know, an outfielder loses the ball in the sun, and like I say, there's a base hit by Kedrow. That's going to get another run in. The Bulldogs get 2 now. So they're coming back a little bit here. Again, like I say, you could definitely tell that he came in, he had to make that throw in a hurry, and he's coming right out of that sun. And you could just see the first baseman now adjusting his hat, adjusting his sunglasses. You know, he feels terrible, but, you know, there's really nothing he can do. And that will be the end of O'Gorman's day. You say he was on the ropes back in the second inning, and the 7-inning third for Hope kept him in this ball game, and he now stands to be the winner as he leaves this afternoon. And we've got number
21 is in.
That's going to be Dane Martin.
So Dane Martin will warm up. Runners on first and second. O'Gorman is responsible for both of them. Bulldogs have nobody out. They've already scored 2 this inning. So we could potentially see that big inning where if we don't fully erase the 9-run deficit, we can at least chip away at it and keep us in the game here, or at least get us back in the game, I should say.
Yep, that's exactly what we got to have here. And again, the bottom line is Martin comes in here, is the fact the Bulldogs have nobody out, and they've got 2 runners on base, and we just can't afford to leave runners out there anymore. You know, again, we got to get 14 runs to win this game.
And Owen Brown is going to see his first at-bat of the day since coming in to play right field for Tyler Whitfield, who made the start out there. But so all you got to do is just continue to piece things along.
Well, you know, we were talking about that regional in Whitewater, and that's what happened to the Bulldogs every game. That's how they won it.
The comeback kids they were.
It was incredible. Now batting the right fielder, number 34, Owen Brown. The new pitcher for Hope is Dane Martin. Martin in place of Graham O'Gorman.
Yeah, in that regional, the Bulldogs won the first game 2-0 over the 6-seed Salem State in that 6-team regional. Adrian had the 1 seed. Then they lost to Texas Lutheran That was a very tough team. They had the 3 seed in that tournament. So that put the remainder of their games as elimination games, and what they did was they erased a 9-1 deficit against Penn State, Harrisburg.
There's a wild pitch that's going to move the runners up. Well, I'll tell you this. You know, you mentioned the 9-1 deficit. If I told you the Bulldogs came back from the 9-1 deficit and then went on to win the tournament, that would be miraculous in its own right. But as we all know, it was just getting started.
Oh, yeah, because the next game we took on Whitewater, the host. Whitewater had the 2 seed in that regional, and we trailed 3-1 or 2-1 for most of the game. I actually think 2-0. Then we were able to make it 3-2, and we walked it off defensively.
Tristan Richardson,
he was just getting started in that
gunned
game.
it to home.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a
1-out runner at third, the tying run at third. Fly ball hit to Richardson and right. He catches it for out number 2, fires home. Gunnar Rainey behind the plate catches it, tags the runner out. Ball game. Bulldogs win 3-2.
And I tell you, Mike, I will never forget the look on the face of that guy when he was at home, because he could not believe that ball. You know, it was one of those things where he saw Tristan catch it in the outfield and knew that, you know, there's no way Tristan's going to throw it from there and get him. And it was just like the ball appeared magically in the glove of Gunnar Rainey, and he just couldn't believe it. He was just shocked. Now batting the shortstop, number 4, Jacob Charles.
Well, so then
And I watched the whole thing, and I got to tell you, I was shocked too. It was the best. It was one of the best throws I've ever seen, any baseball, any level.
we continued to live on in that tournament, and Whitewater was faced in an elimination game where they defeated Texas Lutheran, eliminating them. So now it was a winner-take-all regional championship between Adrian and Whitewater. And Adrian was getting no hit through 6 innings and trailed 6-0 until Brady Wood launched a grand slam, made it 6-4, and then finally came back and tied it. Then Wisconsin-Whitewater takes the lead in the top of the 9th. Then we tie it, force extras, and then sit Whitewater down in the top of the 10th. And then Tristan Richardson just capping off an amazing season, just a great story for him. He hits a solo bomb to win it and send Adrian to the College World Series.
The thing about it was, again, I forget the pitcher's name, but that was the first batter he faced. And I just remember thinking, as he was coming in and warming up, I go, you know, I'm thinking, man, if Tristan could just run into one, because that's the kind of hitter Tristan was all the time, man. When he hit a ball, it was tanked. And I'm telling you, that ball may still be rolling up there somewhere, because that ball left the premises right now.
That was just an absolutely incredible season and incredible weekend out there. And that is another walk, so that'll walk in a run. Jacob Charles with an RBI on the bases loaded walk. Adrian has scored 3 this inning, making the score 13-7, and there's still nobody out.
Now batting the left fielder, number 10, Joe Casal. So 3 are home. 3 are on the sacks. There's a swing and a miss by Casal. Again, Casal, he was part of that big season there in the regional championship. He played a great weekend at first base in that tournament.
Well, and he originally during the earlier in the season, Tristan Richardson had an arm issue where he was unable to play right field. So Joe Casal got his opportunity playing right. And we really didn't have a locked-in first baseman at the time. Then when Richardson came back, Joe Casal's bat continued to just improve and improve and improve as the season went on, where we put Casal at first. So we found our first baseman late in the year. And then we brought back the power hitting and the very strong-armed right fielder of Tristan Richardson. 1-2 the count to Casal here. Make that 2-2.
Which again, because just thank goodness we had Christian Richardson in the right field on that to throw that guy out, because I don't know too many other people that could have done that. 2-2 now to Casal. Bases loaded, nobody out here in the 7th inning. Here's a fly ball into right field. And here comes the runner. He's going to make it to the plate. Again, very strong throw by Maine, but no Christian Richardson.
So sacrifice fly there for Joe Casal. Puts Adrian within 5, 13-8 our score.
Now batting third baseman number 17, Ryan Davis.
So Adrian is slowly responding to the 6 runs they allowed in the top half of this inning. And Ryan Davis, I would love to see his 11th home run of the year right now.
Here's the pitch down low for, well, I guess they call it a strike at the knees.
A big hit for Davis here to drive in another run, and hopefully it's at least deep enough to get Charles around, as he's got some speed over at first. This ball is lofted, foul and out of play down the right field line. 0-2 to Davis.
Okay, this is a thing that O'Gorman did well, as he kind of controlled this middle of the Bulldog lineup. Down low, there's a steal attempt, and it is a swipe for Charles. So now the runners are at second and third.
Interesting decision there by Pickett to still throw down and try to get Charles. 1, Charles just is too fast to even try it with runners at first and third, and 2, that pitch was spiked where Pickett really didn't have it right away.
Here's the pitch to Davis. That one is hit well, way back. Going back for it is the left fielder. It's over his head. That's going to go up against the wall. That's going to get one run in. Charles had to wait at second base, so he will not score. But he moves to third on the double by Davis. And suddenly the Bulldogs are back within 4, and they've got 2 on the sacks with only 1 out.
And A.J. Miranda, the 4-hitter, coming up. And Stu Fritz is making another pitching change this inning. So that'll be it for Martin. It's working. I think we have to stay here and not go to commercial break. We didn't last time.
Well, that and we have to keep invoking the good spirits of the 21 Bulldogs here.
So it looks like number 12, I believe. I'll wait for him.
That will be Trent Johnson. Yes, indeed, that is who it is. So Trent Johnson will come in.
So he's on in place of Martin. Johnson on the season. This is his 7th appearance. He's 1-0, 14 1/3 innings pitched. He's got a solid ERA of 1.88, and he's kept guys off bases. A .98 whip on the year, and opposing hitters hitting .208 against him. He struck out 15 and has only walked 3. He's allowed 3 runs, all of them earned on 11 hits, and he has a save. So Adrian's slowly coming back. They allowed 6 runs in the top of the 6th to Hope, and they have so far scored 5 here in the bottom. They got 2 ducks on the pond for A.J. Miranda here with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. 13-9 our score. 13 runs on 7 hits with an error for Hope. 9 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for Adrian.
Now batting the first baseman, number 30, A.J. Miranda. The new pitcher for Hope is Trent Johnson. Johnson in place of Dane Martin.
So Miranda comes to the plate. 2 runners in scoring position. First pitch off speed, catches the outside corner, strike one.
That would have been a good pitch to turn on and hit to right field right there. Sun is pretty much dropped. Again, that was another key play in this inning. The ball, first baseman losing the ball in the sun as it's being thrown to him.
Middle infield playing deep, corners even.
Ooh,
And
there's a
Miranda
drive.
finds
That's going to
the
go all the way
gap.
to the wall. And that's going to get two more in. They are chasing that one to the 2010 Mideast Regional sign. And Miranda comes through with a double. And suddenly the Bulldogs are right back in this ball game.
And that brings the tying run to the plate and the powerful bat of Ed Wagner, the designated hitter.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 20, Ed Wagner. Ed started the inning with a walk, and he's batting again. No, back in the ninth inning, I said Jacob Charles, when he let off, was the tying run, but he'd have to bat twice in the inning, and that's exactly what's happened here. Here's a pitch. That's a base hit into right field. That should, won't get the run in as they hold him at third, but he keeps the line moving.
I really do think that's a good hold there by third base coach here in Klotz. Don't want to get tagged out at home for the second out.
Now batting the catcher, number 23, Logan Loeffler.
Because Wagner hit that one hard enough where Bain could just come up throwing, and we've seen plenty of Bain over the years to know his arm strength. And if Miranda were to go and get tossed out at the plate, that totally just stops your momentum that you have going right now.
Yeah, it does.
First pitch to Loeffler, a strike.
There's a pitch outside. Nice job by Pickett to get out there in front of it to block it and keep it down in front of him. Loeffler has a single, a walk, and a flyout in his 3 trips to the plate, but he scored 2 runs. He scored on his hit and walk. He's across the plate. There's one in front. He blocks that. But Ed Wagner says, I'm going to take a little trip down to second base, and that's a big thing because it keeps the Bulldogs out of a double play situation.
So Loeffler's got 2 ducks on the pond now. Wagner at second, Miranda at third. 2-1 count, 1 out. Loeffler holds off, 3-1.
And all 3 balls have been in the same spot, landing directly in the left-hand batter's box.
So everyone in the infield is in except the shortstop. And strike 2 right down Broadway. Count runs full to Loeffler. Again, 1 out here, bottom of the 6th. Adrian Zari scored 7 this inning.
High chopper, second baseman. He'll check the runner at third and flip it for the out.
That's a good job there by Gardner at second. To first thing you do, field it cleanly. Second thing, look Miranda back at third.
Now batting, the center fielder, number 14, Don Goods.
So that brings Goods up, and he's had himself a day. He's got 2 hits in this game. He's already got 2 RBIs, and he scored twice. And last game he had a pair of hits as well.
Foul ball.
Swinging early, attacking the fastball. Lincoln Lipinski still getting warm in the Adrian bullpen, so I'd expect to see him next inning. Pitch off speed right down the middle, kind of froze Goods there. Didn't want it. He's down 0-2.
We're also getting, now that the Bulldogs are back in this game, if they could tie it up here to the point where you might start seeing the infielders. But he gets him on a strikeout, says Goods couldn't hold up. and that ends the inning. But a huge one for the Bulldogs. They get 7 runs on 5 hits. There were no errors and 2 were left on base. So the Bulldogs have battled their way back, and we have 3 more exciting innings to go here at least. As the score is now Hope 13, Adrian 11. We'll be back with the top of the 7th after we pause for this. You're watching MIAA Baseball on AC TV.
College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life. Are you interested in learning more about the Bulldog experience? Visit adrianbulldogs.com and the Recruit Me tab to be recruited to play your sport of choice today. If you have what it takes, you could be a Bulldog in no time. Adrian College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life. Are you interested in learning more about the Bulldog experience? Visit adrianbulldogs.com and the Recruit Me tab to be recruited to play your sport of choice today. If you have what it takes, you could be a Bulldog in no time. Adrian College has dozens of athletics programs, and winning is a staple on our campus. We have the culture of winning in and out of the classroom. This is a place where young men and women grow into professionals for life.
Welcome back. Top of the 7th. Bulldogs have battled back into this. It's a 2-run ball game. Hope leads Adrian 13-11. A new pitcher on the mound, Lincoln Lipinski. He comes in to replace Trip Russo. Final line on Russo. He went 1 inning, struggled a bit to find the zone. He walked a pair, hit a pair, allowed a grand slam, 6 runs, all of them earned in that inning on just 2 hits with 1 strikeout.
Leading off for Hope College in the top of the 7th is catcher number 5, Andrew Pickett.
So Pickett leads things off for Hope here in the top of the 7th. Freshman Lincoln Lipinski on the mound. First pitch misses just off the plate, ball 1.
Now again, can't stress enough how important it is for Lincoln Lipinski to come in here and shut down the Dutch in the top of the 7th and get the Bulldogs back up to the plate. Here is a fly ball, center field. Goods coming over. He's camped under it. He waves everyone away, and he makes the catch for out number 1. So that's a good start for Lincoln. How batting third baseman number 2, Al Money.
In case you're just joining us, you've missed quite a bit. Strike 1 there to Money. Adrian jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the 2nd, but Hope quickly responded with a 7 spot in the top of the 3rd. That pitch misses low and away, evens the count 1-1. Adrian then added 1 in the bottom of the 4th, making it 7-4, but then Hope exploded for 6 in the top half of the 6th. Adrian responded with 7 in the bottom half, so that brings us to our 13-11 score in favor of the Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, we'd give you a little more detail on those innings, but it would take an hour and a half, and we don't have that much time. So that's how we got to 13-11. 2 strikes now to Al Money. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2 down. First strikeout on the day for Lipinski.
We're the only remaining MIAA game still going on.
Now batting designated hitter number 3, Spencer Cable.
Alma has swept Albion on the day, and actually in the series, they won 7-1 yesterday, won 8-4 earlier this afternoon, and then 13-3. First pitch to Cable, called strike. Kalamazoo has taken the series over Trine after dropping game 1 yesterday. They've swept today 14-3 and 14-4. Count evens 1-1. Our other game has been Calvin. Calvin brought the bats as they swept Olivet this series. Yesterday kept it close winning 5-4, but then traveled to Olivet today. They won 19-3 and 19-6.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the reasons why we're the only MIAA action left is the fact it's dark everywhere else in the MIAA at this point. Tell you, the lights were a lifesaver today. That's a 1-2 pitch is high. Here's with the hour delay to replace the umpire. We would not have been able to finish this afternoon, I don't think. Here's the 2-2 pitch. On the outside corner, strike 3. He stood there like the house beside of the road and watched it go by. Excessive window shopping for the designated hitter from Hope College, and we've reached the 7th inning stretch here as Lipinski comes on and does exactly what the Bulldogs needed him to do, getting them 1-2-3. We move to the bottom of the 7th. The score is Hope 13, Adrian 11, and the Bulldogs are coming to bat.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making.
Bottom of the 7th inning. The second baseman, number 25, David Kedrow. Dave Kedrow stepping in to lead it off for Adrian College here in the bottom of the 7th. They need a couple runs to tie. Here's the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. On the mound for Hope College is Trent Johnson. He came in and put the Bulldog rally down. They're going to call that a strike on Kedrow when they appeal to first base. And now it's 0-2 to the Bulldogs second baseman. He has a couple of hits this afternoon and a walk, so he's been on 3 times in this game.
Going back to that 6th inning where Hope scored 6 in the top half of the inning, Adrian responded with 7. That 6th inning lasted 43 minutes.
Yeah, like I say, that's why it's dark everywhere else in the NCAA. Because we've had more than one inning like that.
Oh, and it's always been a battle when Hope and Adrian play each other. As the winner of this game takes the series, as it's been split 1-1 right now after the shutout going in favor of Adrian yesterday afternoon in Holland, and Hope coming and taking game 1 of today's doubleheader.
And again, this is as Kedrow swings and strikes out as he tips the ball into the mitt of Pickett for out number 1. But, you know, I was talking about that, how, you know, winning that third game is so key. Now batting right fielder number 34, Owen Brown. Pitch to Brown is high for a ball. But, again, you win 2 games, you gain a game on your opponent, and that leads to championships. The other thing about it is so often you could end up in a tie with Hope going into the tournament, and this would be the tiebreaker, that head-to-head contest. So, you know, it's something you definitely want to pick up, put in your back pocket, as it's an April game, but it could become very important in early May. Here's the pitch to Brown. He fouls it off into the screen. Makes the count 2-2.
Well, and taking the series with the busy week ahead, could continue to bring momentum to the Bulldogs as they host Trine on Wednesday. They've already lost game 1 of the series to Trine on the road. That was a 1-run game. So hopefully they will look to tie it on Wednesday here at Nicolay Field. And then they will face off against Albion this weekend, doubleheader at home on Saturday, followed by a road game Sunday as Owen Brown swings and misses at a slider at his ankles for out number 2.
Now batting the shortstop, number 4, Jacob Charles.
Charles has been doing pretty well today, to say the least. 2 for 3 on the day with a run score, or in this game, I should say, with a run scored and 3 RBIs.
I'll tell you, though, again, you look back. As Charles swings and misses for strike 2. You look back to the 6-run inning for Hope, and Charles had his, made what would have been a fantastic play, and he got his glove on a ball, and it just got away from him, and that kept the inning alive as the next pitch is outside. If he could have caught that ball, there would have been no grand slam, and this game would be totally different at this point. It's just, again, matter of inches. Here's the 1-2, and swing and a miss. Charles is out, and the Bulldogs go 1-2-3 as Johnson comes in to look like Randy Johnson there as he strikes out the side in the 7th. So he moved to the 8th. The score remains 13-11, and we'll be back for the final 2 innings here on ACTV. For the Bulldogs.
Adrian College has once again been recognized for its commitment to engaged, experiential education by Colleges of Distinction, a one-of-a-kind guide for college-bound students. While higher education has changed over the past 20 years, Colleges of Distinction's selection process has stayed consistent in accepting only those that adhere to the 4 distinctions: engaged students, great teaching, vibrant community, and successful outcomes. Overlaid in the last few years have been a look into high-impact practices. They believe most critical to the student experience were the kinds of engaging experience that are found at Adrian College. To learn more, please visit adrian.edu. Adrian College has once again been recognized for its commitment to engaged, experiential education by Colleges of Distinction, a one-of-a-kind guide for college-bound students. While higher education has changed over the past 20 years, Colleges of Distinction's selection process has stayed consistent in accepting only those that adhere to the 4 distinctions: engaged students, great teaching, vibrant community, and successful outcomes.
Is right fielder number 13, Kanan Bain. Well, we're back here. Lipinski on the mound for his 2nd inning of work in what could be the decisive inning here, as both teams in the 8th inning will send up their 2, 3, and 4 hitters. So this is the inning the pitchers will have to go through the heart of the lineups as we come down the stretch. There's a swing and a base hit into left field, so a good start for Hope, as there is a leadoff man on base. Now batting the center fielder, number 4, Robbie Sturzma. Infield playing a double play depth as Lipinski throws over to first base. That is the first runner to reach off Lipinski. He got him 1-2-3 back an inning ago when he came in. Here's the pitch. Sturzma decides to bunt it. He gets a bunt down the line. Lipinski goes over. Does he get him? Yes, he did. So a sacrifice 1-3 will be the call. Hope not pleased with the call, but that is the decision by the base umpire. He's coming over and having a chat with Stu Fritz.
That one was close.
Now batting first baseman number 6, Owen Krizan.
If you want my opinion, I agree with Stu Fritz. I thought he was safe on that by half a step. The toss from Lipinski was a little high.
Well,
but as Bulldog fans, will take it.
I'm also going to tell you this, Mike, after watching the Bulldogs semifinal win in the NCAA hockey tournament, I'm glad that we can't go to the monitor, because if it was handled like that, it would be light once again at all the other MIW venues before we were done.
Well, and I think had the field umpire gone to our home plate umpire for help, I think that call might have been reversed.
Well,
but we'll never know.
The other thing about that call, again, we were talking about, the number of umpires. And there's another one where that extra umpire would have been helpful in the umpires making the call, because when that ball is bunted, the umpire on the bases, he just can't run over to first base and be as close as he would if he was at first base, because he has to wonder what happens if somebody picks it up and throws it to second. One, he's got to cover that play and make a call at second, and two, if he's running to first base, he's right in the way and he gets hit, and we got to call for another umpire. So,
I don't think we're going to find 2 replacements in one day.
There's a bounding ball to Charles. He goes over the bag and makes the play for out number 2.
That moves Bain over to third, however. So 2 outs, runner at third.
Now batting the second baseman, number 8, Nolan Gardner.
But going back to how you're talking about that additional umpires, if we had 3 there, the way that they rotate with a runner on first is the first base umpire stays at first, and the third base umpire comes over to the middle of the
That's
field.
Right, and I'm not saying it would change his decision, but he would definitely be right on top of it as opposed to out in the middle of the diamond. And again, he can't leave his position to get any closer than he did. I mean, he played that exactly right if you're the field umpire. Swing and a miss from Gardner.
Oh, and even after that ground ball to Charles, Coach Fritz still had another comment for the field umpire. So if Hope doesn't manage to score that run here, I wonder what will happen. If Coach Fritz will continue to go, or if he will accept it, head back to the dugout just frustrated.
3-1 the count, and swing and a miss. Fouled off. It tipped the glove of the catcher. So we got another full count pitch coming up here to Nolan Gardner. Oh, the Bulldogs could really use to get him out here. Strand that runner at third. Here's the pitch. Swing and fouled away.
A lot of oohs in the crowd.
Yep. Again, this went from a nice day to a brisk Halloween-like evening here.
This is nothing compared to the temperatures I saw on Devil's Lake at 7 a.m. this morning.
I can imagine so.
Pitch just misses outside. Gardner walks. That puts runners at the corners here with 2 outs in the top of the 8th.
Now batting the left fielder, number 1, Dylan Kleinadler. But neither of those situations compared to that first game at Whitewater, which, as I recall, forced the Adrian SID to make a trip and buy some longer pants for.
Yeah, I didn't. Rookie mistake there. I didn't pack well. I saw sun in the forecast, and I'm convinced during my 6.5-hour drive to Whitewater, things just drastically changed. And the high temperatures switched from like 75 and sunny to 40 rainy, windy, and cloudy.
Foul ball back in the net, makes it 0-2 to Kleinedler.
I don't think there's ever been an SID that's covered an NCAA tournament game in sweatpants, but
Well, again,
I had to.
here's the thing about that, though, Mike. You know, I'm going to give you a break here as the 0-2 pitch comes in, and that's fouled away. In the sense, though, that, you know, it was Memorial Day weekend. You know. And I kept waiting to see, you know, Aaron Rodgers show up and throw some passes on the frozen tundra. Oh, that one gets away. This could get the run in. Here's the play of the plate. He's going to be out. He had to wait to make sure that Lipinski had the ball in his glove, but he gets him on the wild pitch rebound, and he is out at the plate. I don't think there's any question that he was out as long as he held on to the ball, and so he waited to make sure that it happened and called him out. So Hope College gets no runs in the top half of the eighth. They get one hit. As it is, they leave a man. There were no Bulldog errors. And we move to the bottom of the eighth. Bulldogs need some instant runs. They trail by 2. We'll be back to bring it all to you here on ACTV in just a moment. For Hope College in the top half.
Adrian College has once again found itself on the 2022 U.S. News & World Report Best College Rankings. This is the 8th straight year that Adrian has been named to the top regional colleges Midwest section. Adrian College was also named the most innovative school in the Regional Colleges Midwest category. In addition, Adrian received accolades in Best Value in undergraduate teaching within Regional Colleges Midwest. Adrian College was also named in the top first-year experiences by U.S. News & World Report. This marks the 13th consecutive year that Adrian has appeared in U.S. News & World Report. To see the full rankings, visit their website. For more information on Adrian College, visit adrian.edu.
The eighth is left fielder number 10, Joe Casal.
Joe Casal leads things off here in the bottom of the eighth. Adrian still trailing by 2, 13-11 our score.
First pitch inside to Casal. Casal did not back down from that pitch, and it almost hit him. Ball 1. Here is the next pitch by Johnson. A smash. Money knocks it down, makes the throw, and gets him. That's a good play that Money almost had to make or go for some dental work. That's why they call the hot corner, because he had no time to react to that one. Now batting the third baseman, number 17, Ryan Davis.
Yeah, that is a heck of a play there by Money. Hot corner for a reason. Ryan Davis takes called strike.
Again, this is the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the Bulldog lineup. Hope had the same situation in the top of this inning, and the Bulldogs got out of it. With the runner being called out of the plate, trying to advance on the pass ball. There's a strike 3 over the plate, and there are now 2 out quickly from Johnson. Now batting first baseman number 30, A.J. Miranda. Miranda down the line. This one is by Money into the left field corner. Miranda going for 2. He's chugging into second base, and he is now in scoring position with a 2-out double.
That brings the tying run back to the plate.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 20, Ed Wagner.
That's Miranda's second double of the game. We're going to see a pinch runner. That's number 12, Andrew Klaus. Klaus is going to come in to pinch run.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now running for the Bulldogs at second base is number 12, Andrew Klaus. Klaus in place of A.J. Miranda. Now Miranda has still been nursing that, I guess what they call in the NHL, a lower body injury. So the the Bulldogs, knowing the importance of the runner at second base and needing him to score, go with the runner for Miranda in Klaus. Here's the DH, Ed Wagner. He watches a ball.
Well, and if Wagner gets on, I would expect another pinch runner, whether it's Andrew Atherton or Gus Weeks, or so one of those spots.
Pitch is called a strike, breaking ball in the outside corner. Tell you, the hit by Miranda almost had to be a hit because Money was standing in the same spot he was when he speared Casal's ball, so he just couldn't reach it, and it rolled into the corner. There's a strike. So now Ed Wagner down 1 ball, 2 strikes as the tension mounts here at Nicolay Field. Klaus getting a lead off second base. It's important that he get a good jump. He is now being held by Musin, and Musin gets away. Here's the pitch. It's a fly ball out to center field. Sturzma waiting for it, looking up into the sky, and he makes the catch, and the inning is over. So the Bulldogs threaten but do not score in their half of the 8th inning. And with runner left on 1 hit, there were no errors and no runs in, so we go to the 9th with our score: Hope 13, Adrian 11. We'll be back to bring you the final inning of regulation here as we move to the 9th. For Adrian College in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more. Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, gut out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Now moving from center to right field is Don Goods, and moving from right field to left field is Owen Brown, and moving from left field to first base is Joe Casal.
First pitch ripped at Jacob Charles. 1 pitch, 1 out in the top of the 9th for Lipinski. You heard the defensive changes for the Bulldogs.
Now batting shortstop, number 11, Devin Musin.
Like Goose said over the public address mic, Owen Brown moves from right field to left field. Goods goes from center field to right field. Jack Boyke comes in the 4 hole in the batting order. For the pinch runner, Andrew Klaus, Boyke will play center, and Joe Casal moved from left to first. First pitch spiked in the dirt for a ball. Next pitch come back for a strike.
I just want to point out, Mike, that I did that in the correct microphone order that time. So.
This ball skied to center. Boyke running back on it. He's going to make the catch. That's out number 2. I'll bring up Pickett.
Now batting the catcher, number 5, Andrew Pickett. Inside pitch for a ball. Pickett has 0 for 2 with a being hit 1 time. Takes the strike, making it 1-1. Here's the pitch. Strike 2 on the outside corner. Lipinski has faced, he's faced 9 men. Pickett was the first one he faced. He got him on a pop-up to center field. Here's the pitch, fouled back into the net. So thus far, it's been an impressive performance for Lipinski. He has been, along with Kay Dricker, as he gets him on strike 3, but he's the one that's come in out of the bullpen and thrown strikes and given his team a chance. Now they've got to step through and score 2 runs or more in the 9th inning, as the Dutchmen go 1, 2, 3 in the 9th, and it'll be up to the Bulldogs to try and get 2 to tie it up. We'll be back with the bottom of the 9th inning after we pause for this. You're watching ACTV.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 9th. Adrian trailing Hope College 13-11 here in the series finale. We're going to have a pinch hitter. It's going to be number 15, Nathan Grega.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pinch batting for the Bulldogs is number 15, Nathan Grega. Grega in place of Logan Loeffler.
So that'll be it for Loeffler. Grega can also catch. There are also other guys on the bench who can come in and catch defensively, like Zach Wade or Adrian Gutierrez as well. So Grega against Johnson here in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch called a strike. Adrian needs 2 to stay alive.
Well, I want to tell you, as this one goes outside, after the game got to be 13-11, this has been a very well-pitched ball game, both by Lipinski and Johnson. They have come in and really settled the entire game down. I know it's hard to say it's a well-pitched ball game, and there were 24 runs scored, but the last 3 innings have been quality shutout work by the relievers. Here's a Greg, a little dribbler down his short. Houston goes over, he gets it, but he will not be able to make a throw. And the Bulldogs got a leadoff single to start the inning. And that's going to bring up Donnie Goods.
We are also going to see a pinch runner for Grega. Gus Weeks is going to head over to first.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Now running at first base is number 2, Gus Weeks. Weeks in place of Nathan Grega. Now batting is the right fielder, number 14, Don Goods.
Adrian should have 15 hits.
So Don Goods stepping in here. He becomes the tying run in the 9th inning. Johnson gives up the scratch hit on the infield single by Grega. And there was just nothing Houston could do on that one. He did drop the ball trying to take it out of his glove, but he had no play at first. Bulldogs trying to get something going here and pull this one out in the 9th inning. Ball low on the curveball to Don Goods. Kedrow and Brown are the scheduled hitters behind Goods, but there's a swing and a miss. Goods had a big cut at that one.
I wouldn't be surprised if Johnson came back with another one like that.
Tell you that right now, Goods is trying to pull that ball into that big hole over there between first and second.
If you're Goods, you can't do too much here. And he will foul this one off. Getting out of play, it will. So an extra life for Goods. If you're Goods, you just need to do what the Bulldogs did in the bottom of the sixth. Go piece by piece, station to station, get your single, advance the runner, get the job done. Obviously, he wants to be the hero. Wants the 2-run homer. It looks cooler, but what looks better is playing smart baseball.
And he watches a strike 3 go by, and I tell you, it has been a tough day for Don Goods because he has no idea where a strike is right now.
And Goods has just been ejected from the game. It is the second time this game he has argued strikeout looking with our home plate umpire.
Now batting the second baseman, number 25, David Kedrow.
So with Goods being ejected, we need to look for another outfield option if this goes into extra innings, and you do have additional people. You have a Lincoln Haywood. You could put somebody new at first base where we move Joe Casal back to the outfield. So there are options, but the Bulldogs need to get there first.
Well, I'll tell you, the best option would be to get another runner on and hit a 3-run homer. Here's a pop-up from Kedrow. That is not going to get it done as a ball is caught.
Oh, and speaking of him, here is Lincoln Hayward coming in to pinch hit for Owen Brown.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Now pinch hitting for the Bulldogs. Number 11, Lincoln Hayward. Hayward in place of Owen Brown.
So the tying run remains at the plate. Gus Weeks on first. Bulldogs down to their final out, 13-11. Our score in favor of Hope College. So Lincoln Hayward comes in to bat.
He's the Bulldogs' last hope. The pitch is down low for ball 1. He's got to find a way to get on base here.
Coming into today batting 143 on the season. And he's looking to improve that as he hits this one up the middle. And a fielder's choice as Gus Weeks is out at second. Mewson flips to Gardner. And that will do it. Hope takes the series after an eventful game. Led by that 13-run sixth inning between the two teams. Hope scored 6 in the top half. Adrian responded with 7 in the bottom to put them within 2. But like you were saying, Goose, coming down the stretch, these final 3 innings were definitely a very well-pitched ball game between Johnson and Lincoln Lipinski. So that'll do it. We will step away for just a moment as we collect our pitching decisions and complete our game. Teams shake hands, but Hope takes Game 3 and wins the series after sweeping Adrian today in the doubleheader. They won the first game 12-4 and the second game 13-11. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with our game recap about this series. Don't go away.
Adrian College is looking for leaders, student athletes with the tenacity to keep the Bulldogs at the top, the forefront, in and out of the classroom. The Bulldogs are looking for talent, character, hard work, grit, leaders who can electrify sold-out crowds, got out a last-line shift, will their team to victory, hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth, and be a part of a legend in the making. Think you have what it takes to become a Bulldog? Visit adrian.edu to learn more.
Adrian College is a pinpoint like no other. With our 77 undergraduate degrees, 47 majors, and 21 broad fields of study, Adrian has a one-of-a-kind, hands-on learning experience for everyone. Do you want to visit the campus of Adrian College in person? Visit adrian.edu/campus-visit. Again, that's adrian.edu/campus-visit. Come take in the beautiful facilities at Adrian College for yourself.
Welcome back. Final score, Hope 13, Adrian 11. Final line score, 13 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Hope. 11 runs, 15 hits, 1 error for the Bulldogs. It was Jackson Clark picking up the loss for Adrian. He moves to 1-3. Graham O'Gorman moves to 4-1 on the year for Hope. And Trent Johnson picks up his second save of the year in relief. Bulldogs struggled early on the mound. Too many free bases they were giving up with between Clark and Ricker and Russo in those 2 big innings. The 7-run inning for Hope in the 3rd and the 6-run inning for Hope in the 6th inning. But Lincoln Lipinski came in, pitched the final 3 innings, and he was pretty much lights out the rest of the way.
Well, yeah, there's some positives you could take away from this game, and Lipinski certainly is one of them. But, again, the big problem is just too many big innings the Bulldogs are giving up, and a lot of times it's their own fault. They're walking too many guys, and, especially in the first game, that was a bugaboo. And, they did a much better job of it here in the second game, but in those 2 specific innings, that's what kind of happened. And, without those 2 big innings, they would have won this second game going away. Again, you can't blame the offense. So you put 11 runs on the board, you need to win the baseball game. And they just couldn't quite pull it out. And Hope was fortunate that Trent Johnson came in and really slammed the door after they regained the momentum by getting the 6th in that inning. But, again, if they hadn't given up 7, or actually it was the other way around, the Bulldogs got 7 and Hope at 6 in the top of the inning. So, a good comeback by the Bulldogs. That, is positive that they just didn't, give up, and they came back and made a game of this. But, again, in the end, you win or you lose, and Hope walks out of here with 2 wins, and they win the season series. So, again, now if the 2 teams were to end up tied at any spot, they would have the tiebreaker going into the tournament. But that's all over now, and they've got to regroup and get ready for a big week with a game against Trine here on Wednesday. And they got Albion coming up on the weekend, and, now they're going to have to kind of sweep that series, I would think, if they're going to get back into the MIAA race. Not that they're way out of it, but, this makes it tougher. Winning here, at least one of these games would have been huge.
Yeah, definitely. Hope moves to 11-11 on the season with the doubleheader sweep today. Adrian falls to 11-14 on the year. Hope 4-3 in conference play. Adrian 3-4 in conference play. But like you said, a very busy week coming up as we host Trine University here at Nicolay Field, 4 o'clock on Wednesday, and then we will be back on Saturday with the doubleheader opening the series with Albion on Saturday. First pitch of that is scheduled for 1 p.m. So join us then, Wednesday at 4 and Saturday at 1, We will see you soon. Hope takes both games, winning game 1 today 12-4 and game 2 13-11. I'm Mike Prang, joined with Dave Van Giesen. We thank you for joining us, and we will see you next time.
On Tuesday, April 6, 2021, I was sitting in my office and an email popped into my inbox from someone in your graduating class today. The email said, "Dear President Docking, back in August I had emailed you in regards to the state of the well-being of the campus community during the COVID spike. At that time, I was incredibly anxious about the prospect of spending my senior year of college sitting at my kitchen table in my hometown trying to finish my seminar projects in the event we switched to all online learning. As I type this email now in April, I cannot describe to you the gratitude that my fellow students and I have for Adrian remaining open on campus for the duration of the school year. I wanted to take the time to thank the Adrian College community, the faculty, the staff, for allowing us to have as normal of a year as possible in a world that simply did not want that to happen. I look forward to walking across the stage in May knowing that I was still able to enjoy time with my friends and the Bulldog community during my senior year. All the best, Max Birmingham, class of 2021. Max, you've got to stand up so we can give you a round of applause. For those of us on this stage, today is one of the most exciting days of the year. We love to see the wonder and anticipation in the eyes of our new students, as all of you anxiously await all of the amazing experiences that will define the years ahead.